Okay. So, Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. Okay, hope you all are doing good. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to this webinar session. Okay, so my name is Nur Suhani Sulaiman. I will be the moderator for this session. Okay. So today, our webinar session will be on introduction and analysis of mixed method research by Professor Lateef Abdullah. Okay, so before we proceed, allow me to introduce a bit about his background. Okay, Professor Abdul Lateef joined UMP's Faculty of Educational Studies as a lecturer in 2006. Okay, and in 2010, he left the faculty to pursue his interest in youth-related research at the Institute for Social Science Studies, IPSAS, okay, for over 6 years as a research fellow. Okay, and in early 2017, he returned to the Faculty of Educational Studies to resume full-time academic work. Okay, and Professor Abdul Lateef has also been involved in a multi-year collaborative research project with the School of Human Ecology of the University of Wisconsin, USA, exploring youth-adult partnership in youth and community program settings. Okay, and other collaborative efforts have included research and consultancy work with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the International Youth Center, Yayasan Chowkit, the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, and other public agencies and NGOs. Okay, and he is a foundation member of the Center for Applied Youth Research, Tasmania, Australia, as well as an international editorial board member of the Journal of Applied Youth Studies, Center for Applied Youth Research, Tasmania, Australia. Okay, so without further any delay, I would like to welcome Professor Abdul Lateef to start his sharing session entitled Introduction and Analysis of Mixed Method Research. So please welcome Professor Lateef.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to everyone. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for inviting me to this talk today. Can you all hear me okay? Is the microphone? Okay, just want to check to make sure the microphone is working. Everything is up and running. Yeah. Can I just ask everyone to mute your computers? Just Husna, can you mute your screen, please?
Yes, Prof.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Can you mute your screen? There's a little bit of background noise.
Okay.
Thank you. So welcome everyone. Thank you for the introduction, and I won't spend too much time, in terms of my introduction. I have students and staff at UPM, I think, know me more for my work with qualitative research. I teach the Advanced Qualitative Research Methods class at the Faculty of Educational Studies, UPM, but in terms of my practice, I actually do quite a bit of mixed method research. And so I also do give tutorials and lectures from time to time on mixed method research. And in fact, I actually really enjoy mixed method research, as well as qualitative research as well. But I think in this day and age, it's really important that we are all well-versed in both the major the methods of qualitative and quantitative research. It's important that we understand and at least have a basic literacy in both, so that we can at least be good consumers of research, even if we are not practicing both methods. So mixed method research, unfortunately, there's a lot of misunderstanding around mixed method research. And so it's actually nice to see that nowadays we have a lot of students that are interested in doing mixed method research for their dissertations and theses. Okay. So today's half-day program, I think you all have the agenda. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, get started here. But I want to emphasize that my style of doing these kinds of programs is I like to take questions. So if you have questions at any time, feel free to stop, feel free to ask questions. I will try to keep an eye on the chat box, although sometimes I miss it. So if you'd like to just stop me and interrupt me, maybe between slides or something, feel free to do that. I'm happy to answer any questions as we go along. I do believe that questions are best asked in the flow of the discussion, actually, so that they're more poignant to what is being discussed at that moment, at that time. So feel free to just interrupt me and ask questions. And if I do, in fact, happen to miss the chat question, I will try and look at it from time to time and get back to you on that. Okay, so I apologize ahead of time if I miss anything. Okay, so today's talk, as Hannah mentioned, is on an introduction to mixed method research, a little bit about how we design mixed method studies, and a little bit on analysis. Of course, there is no particular unique analysis of mixed method data per se. It is more of a combination of some sort of analyzing both qualitative and quantitative data. Okay, so the question is just, how do we do it? How do we design the study in such a way so that we can analyze these two types of data together? Okay, so now I'm assuming that the group here is mostly students. Now that's just an assumption I'm making. I could be wrong. So, but based on the topic itself, I assume that most of you are students. But if there are other fellow academics in the audience, welcome, and it's nice to have you here as well. So, so first I'm going to start off talking a little bit about the underlying paradigm of mixed method research, the what and the why. Okay. And I know sometimes people roll their eyes when they hear, oh, he's going to talk about paradigms and philosophy and all that. But it is very important to understand that actually mixed method research is its own paradigm. Okay. Or it comes at least from a unique paradigm. It is not merely a blending of two types of research methods. Okay. So it's important that we understand that, because there's a lot of confusion about that. People don't realize that there's actually mixed methods actually comes from its own paradigm. And then we're going to discuss on I'm going to cover the four major mixed methods designs. There are what we call derivatives of these major designs. So in the literature, you might come across some additional ones or others that are similar but a little bit different. Maybe they're coined using different terms, but I'm going to just cover the four major ones today, okay, just to get us started. And then, of course, after that, you can continue with your own reading and research on the additional derivatives of these four major designs. I hope to show several examples, and I think, at least for me, and I think based on what my students have told me over the years, I think good examples are really important, very useful, and people can make sense of concepts when they're shown examples. So I think it really helps to see how other researchers have conducted mixed methods, and I'm going to try to do that, but in a very strategic way, where I'm going to point out different things. For example, how you write your research questions in a mixed method study. Okay, how you talk about your design in a mixed method study. Okay, how you provide a rationale for why you're using mixed methods. These are all very important when it comes to conducting mixed method research. Okay. And then hopefully at the end, we'll have some time for you to share on your own mixed methods ideas, your project, your proposal, what you're planning, and then have some discussion and Q&A on that. Okay. So I hope to end the session with that. And we will take a few breaks in between, because I think these online sessions, you need a lot of breaks just to make sure we stay fresh. Okay. So we'll be breaking from time to time. All right. So let's start with as I mentioned, the topic of paradigms. So to start this off with this topic, I'm not going to start off with anything philosophical. Actually, I want to do the opposite. I want to understand, I want us to start with an example, a real life example, to highlight how, in fact, in our everyday lives, we often use what we call mixed methods, a mixed methods design in our everyday lives. We actually do it quite frequently, okay? So if I were to ask you this question, how do we understand the reality of a hospital patient, right? How do we understand what a hospital patient is going through, is experiencing, their lived reality in the hospital? Okay, it's a very straightforward question, especially in this age of COVID-19, and many of us probably have been to the hospital over the past 2 or 3 years. So this is a kind of ice-breaking question that I think will help us to situate our discussion on mixed methods. So this is the experience of a hospital patient, all right? So if we were doing a study on the experience of a hospital patient, how can we attempt to understand the reality of the patient? Well, there's the patient lying there. And typically when patients are in the hospital, one of the first things that people pay attention to are questions like this, okay? Questions like, what is his heart rate? What is his blood pressure? What is his platelet level, maybe if he's there for dengue fever or something? And there's a number of these types of analytical questions, okay, that people ask of hospital patients when they're in the hospital, okay? Can I just ask Mr. Ghazali, can you just mute your screen, please? Sorry, there's a little bit of background noise coming. Okay, maybe whoever's the host, maybe you can just mute the screen. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. So these are the kinds of questions that are always asked in hospital, right? When you meet the doctor, right? You're always, hey, doctor, how's his blood pressure? How's his heart rate, etc. However, there's another set of questions that we often ask, right? And these are the questions that are often asked by the family members, the loved ones, right? Ayah, Pachi, how severe is the pain? Sakit tak? Sakit sangat. How are you feeling? Are you comfortable? Do you need anything? Are they treating you well? Right? These are a different set of questions altogether, but they still get to the reality of the patient. They still help us to understand the reality of the patient, right? And then, of course, we will also ask questions like this to the doctors, especially. What is his prognosis? Based on all these indicators that we've collected, okay? And you can see clearly the difference between the red indicators and the black indicators, right? There's a clear difference there. And then we have this blue indicator. What is his prognosis? Okay, so who can tell me what is the main difference between the red indicators or questions and the black questions? Do you see what's the sort of pattern in how they differ? I see the chat box is alive. Yes, Quant and Prof.
The prognosis is more an analytical data that they can analyze from the data collected.
Okay, yeah, that's true. In fact, the prognosis deduction that the doctor will make is actually based also on a combination of these things. So, for example, I had this very personal experience with my own mother-in-law. Okay, so when the doctors did all the sort of red questions, okay, and this happens quite a bit in the hospital. When the doctor looked at all the red questions, you know, all the analytical types of questions, heart rate, platelet level, BP, everything looked normal, right? Everything looked normal. So if we just based on those quantitative, as Chen and Guzman kindly answered for us in the chat box, the red questions, the quantitative questions, everything looked normal, okay? But for some reason, she was in severe pain. I mean, to the point where she was screaming, painkillers weren't working, you know, very severe. The red analytical questions, they couldn't answer them. Everything looked normal. The black questions, the experiential questions, is totally different. It's totally different. Okay. So based on that, the prognosis of the doctor, he couldn't say, oh, she's going to be fine. She's going to be fine. She'll be out tomorrow. He couldn't say that, right? Because everybody else could observe that there was something definitely wrong, even though these red indicators couldn't pick it up. Okay. So the prognosis question could not be clearly answered by the doctor, even though, and so it also shows that in this lived reality, we often get different results, okay, between our qualitative and our quantitative. Okay, but the idea here is this is just one real life example of how we, in an everyday scenario, we typically will engage in this kind of mixed method approach to understanding reality. Okay, so mixed methods is actually used quite more frequently than we realize, at least in our everyday experience. Okay, so the reality in sum, to conclude, is really a combination of all these things. So the point here is that paradigms matter. Okay, paradigms do matter. Okay, so often when it comes to research methods, we start off with a particular paradigm, and a paradigm is a view of the world. It's a basic philosophy of reality, of what we consider to be reality, what we consider to be the lived world that we're going to experience, that we're going to study. Okay, so we start off with a paradigm. So if we are constructivists, we believe in a paradigm of that reality is socially constructed through our relationships with people. We learn through relationships, we learn through everyday experiences, and this is how reality is constructed. More positivist people will say, no, there's a reality out there that is measurable, it's objective, and we can't really know it intimately, but it's there and we can measure it, right? It's measurable, right? And these people tend to be limited by the idea that reality is limited to just what we can experience with our five senses. Okay, that's really where positivism comes from. Okay, so these are two examples of the major paradigms that we deal with in research. Okay, now from paradigms, this is where we get to methodology, and typically we will choose a methodology based on this underlying assumption, whatever paradigm we're coming from, right? Now that methodology, how we can actually study something, is what dictates our method of choice. Okay, so whether we choose to do a qualitative or quantitative study, and within that, whether we choose to do a particular type of qualitative or quantitative study, is driven by these questions of paradigm and methodology. Okay, and we arrive at a method of choice. Now, the paradigm is about the nature of reality, assumptions about how the world works. Okay, as you see on the left. The methodology is our understanding or our study of methods. In other words, our epistemology. How can we know something, right? What kind of methods can we employ to actually know this reality that we're going to study, right? And from there, from this methodology, we decide on what kinds of strategies, what kind of methods we're going to use to actually carry out our research. Okay, this is where these questions ultimately come from. They ultimately come from these assumptions that we make. So moving on from there, as I mentioned, we have the positivist or the post-positivist paradigm on the one hand. On the other hand, we have the constructivist, the phenomenological paradigm on the other. And these are two very different opposing paradigms based on what I just described. Now, in the middle, we get a new kind of approach, or a different kind of approach, which is somewhere in between, which is known as the pragmatist or critical realist paradigm. And this is the paradigm that essentially undergirds, that is what mixed methods research is based on. Okay, it is based on this paradigm. Okay, now what is this paradigm? How do we sort of understand what this is? Okay, this is mixed methods. Okay, so this paradigm comes from the idea of paradigmatic relativism. Okay, the use of whatever philosophical and or methodological approach that works for the particular research problem under study. Okay, so this is sort of the pragmatist paradigm. In other words, whatever works given the questions you're asking. Okay, now that's not so different than a qualitative or a quantitative approach, or the paradigms that underlie those, because those paradigms are also based on, well, whatever questions you're asking, that's the paradigm, or that's the research method you use. That's true of any research paradigm. Okay, so for example, if I'm asking a question about percentages, what percentage of the population is interested in, what percentage of the population believes that vaccines are effective? Okay, I'm going to get a percentage. I'm going to get a percentage as an answer there. That's a quantitative. Finding or a quantitative result. So clearly, that question is based on I'm looking for a quantitative answer to that question. So clearly, I'm going to use a quantitative approach. If my research question is qualitative in nature, obviously I'm going to use a qualitative approach. So the idea of pragmatism in research is actually more or less true across the board. But pragmatism has been is used as one of the major foundations of mixed method research. Okay, so if you're looking at a research topic that kind of involves both elements of qualitative and quantitative, well, then you're going to use a mixed method approach. And that's kind of the idea behind pragmatism. Okay, it's sort of just based on, well, since your questions include both qualitative and quantitative, then you use this thing called mixed methods. Okay, it's pragmatist in nature. Okay, so methodological pragmatists claim that these philosophical disagreements are not that important. They're not fundamental. Okay, and that research methods are not intrinsically linked to specific philosophical positions. Okay, so in other words, people don't really think all that much about philosophy. They look at the questions they're asking, they choose the method. Okay, fine. So based on that, methods can be combined on the basis of their practical utility, whether they're practical enough, whether they can be used in that particular situation. Therefore, we can avoid all this paradigmatic conflicts. We don't have to worry about what's reality and all this. Okay, so this is a very sort of, as it's coined, pragmatic. It's practical, right? And this is really the foundation of pragmatism. So you'll find this a lot in the literature in terms of mixed methods research based on this idea of pragmatism. Okay. However, I raised the question, and as others have, of course, is there more to it than this? Is there a deeper, a more foundational basis for using a mixed method approach? Can we go beyond? Can we have something more substantive? Is there more fundamental a reason for using mixed method research? Okay, and so I would argue that there is, as have others as well. And so let's look at some of our basic assumptions about qualitative and quantitative research. Okay, so for those of you who are familiar with quantitative research, this will look very familiar. Okay, quantitative research is quote unquote objective. Okay, its goal is to be objective, or at least objectivity is the goal. Reduce or eliminate bias, researcher bias. Okay, I'm sure that sounds familiar. We do our literature review early. We come up with a conceptual framework that we're going to test. Okay, so we use that to test a particular theory that we're using, or a combination of theories. We analyze by numbers, thus the name quantitative research. And we use these instruments. In social sciences, usually they are survey instruments of some kind to generate numerical data, okay, numerical data. And ultimately, our goal is to generalize our findings to a larger population, all right? That's typically usually the goal of the quantitative approach. On the other hand, for those of you coming from more of a qualitative background, this will look familiar, okay? So we have the qualitative, we understand it to be more subjective, okay? The researcher is the research instrument, okay? So therefore, the researcher being a human being, we have our own assumptions, maybe some biases that we go into our study with, and we look at it through the lens of ourselves. The lens of ourselves is inherently subjective. So there is an element of subjectivity to it. In a qualitative study, the literature review is ongoing. Okay, so for those of you who have conducted qualitative research, you'll know that we never stop literature review. From the very beginning, throughout the process, we are engaging with the literature. Okay, it's quite different than a quantitative study. The goal is to develop something theoretical. Okay, so it's often exploratory, it's discovery based. The goal is to develop new theory, to develop new hypotheses, to pull out new areas for inquiry rather than testing. Okay, we analyze by words, by ideas, by text. Okay, our data is more often in the form of text that we analyze. It's not numbers, thus the name qualitative. Okay, as I mentioned, researcher is the instrument, and we go for uniqueness. Okay, we aim to study things in their natural setting. We don't necessarily aim to generalize our findings. Okay, what we want to do is understand things in their natural and their contextual realities and their uniqueness. What makes them unique? And from there, we try to develop hypotheses about what could be. Okay, so here's the two main approaches that tend to dominate the research world. Now, what's in the middle? Of course, mixed methods. Okay, so mixed methods from a critical realist paradigm. Okay, so going beyond pragmatism. Okay, thinking of mixed methods more as from this perspective of what's called critical realism, recognizes the reality and importance of meaning as well as of physical and behavioral phenomena as having explanatory significance. In other words, we take the meaning that's generated from qualitative research to better understand the physical and behavioral quantitative inquiry that we conduct. Okay, so in other words, we use the qualitative to further explain the quantitative. Okay, so that's not just simply a mix and match pragmatic. That's a deeper understanding. That's a deeper justification for why we used mixed methods research. And I like that because it gives mixed method its own real purpose. It gives it a real purpose. Okay. So, for example, if we have and we often hear this in the qualitative school, because I teach qualitative research, so this is often what we use as a justification. But we often hear in the qualitative school of thought that, well, there's been a lot of theory written about, things that go on in the Western countries. So we want to study that in Malaysia. So we're going to do a qualitative study. Okay? And that's fine. And a lot of studies are done that way. However, now I often challenge my students and colleagues. If we have a lot of pre-existing theory that's been tested and validated in other settings, why would we not use a mixed methods approach? First, to confirm that in this Malaysian setting, the quantitative relationships still hold true. And then we can also augment that with a deeper understanding through qualitative to better understand why there's either a similarity or difference between what we found in those other settings. Okay, so that is a very nice rationale for using a mixed method design. And you'll often see that in the mixed method literature, okay, that they combine these for that very purpose. All right, so we are now looking at mixed methods through a critical realist paradigm. So the quantitative people will say, well, context doesn't matter, just include control variables. Okay, so we don't really, in quantitative research, we don't pay attention to the natural context of what you're studying. We don't really pay it much mind. So if we are if we want to sort of parcel out all that contextual stuff, demographics, school setting, school type, whatever it is that we're studying, we can just remove them or we can control for them. Using statistical methods, or even in our data collection methods, we can control for them so that we get this very euthanized, generalized kind of finding that's not contextual. We want to go beyond context. We want to make generalizations. Okay, so the quantitative people just say, just control for it. You can parcel it out. Okay, context doesn't matter. The qualitative people will say, well, our methods don't allow for generating causal explanations. Okay. Most qualitative researchers will be very hesitant to make any kind of causal explanations with their findings. because it's very hard to prove causality. It's very hard to prove that A caused B, right? Typically, researchers will do experimental studies, which are very rigorous to prove causality. So the qualitative people acknowledge, well, it's really hard for us to prove causality, so we don't generate any causal explanations. Okay, it's just something we can't do. It's a limitation of our method. Okay, so it's been argued by, and Maxwell is one of the main proponents of critical realism in mixed method research. But these scholars say, for the social sciences, the social and cultural contexts of the phenomenon you're studying are crucial for understanding the operation of the causal mechanisms. Okay, can anybody out there in the audience, you want to interpret that for us? What does that mean? Anybody want to take a shot at that? What do you think that means? Okay, Guzman said it's about how and why. Okay, maybe Guzman, you want to explain that a bit more? What do you mean by that?
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Yeah.
Sure.
So here, okay, you highlight the causal mechanism, right? Okay, so that's why I think about the why the phenomena happen, and then how the phenomena happen. So, for example, when we investigate, for example, about the customer satisfaction.
Okay, good. Yeah, customer satisfaction.
Then there are many determinants of customer satisfaction actually. So for example, service quality. So we will ask the question how the service quality can influence the customer satisfaction. And then also why the service quality influence the customer satisfaction.
Great, fantastic.
So it is about how and why.
Fantastic, Guzman, great example, fantastic example. Yeah, absolutely. So we can test that relationship, service quality, customer satisfaction. You can test that anywhere, right? Anywhere in the world, you can test that. But why it happens the way it happens, why it's either a significant causal mechanism or not, we want to be able to explain. For example, is the customer satisfaction the same everywhere? No, of course not. The experience of customer satisfaction is certainly not going to be the same. And if for those of you who have traveled a bit, I think you know this, right? If you go to a store like in some country, in some place, and you compare that to your experience in some country somewhere else, the way they treat customers, very different, or the kind of service you get in the store is very different, right? So isn't that going to have an effect on that causal mechanism, on that relationship? Of course it's going to, right? So yeah, Guzman, I think that's a great example. Fantastic. So this is the argument that Maxwell gives and his colleagues on why mixed methods is so important especially in the social sciences, okay, in social and cultural contexts. It's not enough just to say there's relationships, okay, but because we're dealing with the social world, we're dealing with human beings we're complex by nature, right? Human relationships are some of the most complicated, complex things on earth to study, okay? And for those of us who've been in the social sciences for a while, we know that, being a social scientist, after a while, you feel like the more you know, the less you really know, because, you just see that, wow, there's just so many possibilities of why things could be the way they are, right? So we need research methods that can answer both these, the what and the why questions. Okay. So the critical realism paradigm integrates these two, this realist ontology, this idea that there is a real world that exists independently, but that there's also a constructivist epistemology, that our understanding of this world is inevitably a construction from our own perspectives and standpoint. And there is no possibility of attaining a God's eye point of view that is independent of any particular viewpoint. In other words, yes, there is a reality that exists independently, but we all experience it differently. Okay, so it sort of combines these two things. Okay, the objective reality is understood and experienced subjectively. Okay, and so and if we look at that in a sort of real world, everyday kind of we put it in a real world context. There are, in human experience, there are many things that we share in common, right? So we share the general experience of, for example, Guzman's example. We share the general experience of going to a store and having an employee serve us and so forth. So we all have that general experience, okay? But how each of us experiences that, it's going to be different, right? And that's essentially what this paradigm is putting forward, okay? So based on that, that understanding of why we do mixed method research, okay? If we agree with that, we can now look at the benefits of doing mixed method research, of doing research in this way. Okay, so it recognizes the explanatory importance of the context of the phenomena studied. It does not simply reduce context to a set of extraneous variables, which is what quantitative researchers often have to do. And I don't know if there's any quantitative researchers in the audience today, but I know when I've done quantitative research, I often feel at the end of the study, even though I may have done a rigorous quantitative study, I sort of feel like there's something missing. There's something that's still, there's still questions I have. There's still things that I feel like I didn't really fully understand. All right. And I think this is the dilemma for a lot of people that do quantitative research. Unless, of course, you have a very clear goal that, you just want to get a sort of bird's eye view of what's happening here. And, you recognize that limitation. But this is often, I think, the reality of doing quantitative research. Mixed method relies on the understanding of the processes by which an event or situation occurs, rather than simply a comparison of situations involving the presence and absence of the presumed cause. Okay, so there's a focus on process, all right, which I think is very relevant to, again, to social science, social relationships, human experiences, right? It's not just about, whether you buy or, you go into a store and you buy something or not. Okay. But in our human world, our experiences, the process through which we have these everyday experiences is very important. Right. And so it's definitely, the process is definitely going to affect the outcome. Right. So we have to account for the process. And that's where mixed methods can be very beneficial. And in fact, and we're going to talk about this later, but one of the, I think, more popular research designs that you're going to see, or that you will see in the literature nowadays, is this combination of doing experimental research with qualitative interviews, especially qualitative interviews and observations on the process that occurs during the experiment. Okay, you see a lot of studies like this nowadays. And because I think even the hardcore quantitative people realize that, again, what happens in that experiment is very important. It's not only about the outcome, right? But it's also about, the processes that are occurring there. Supports the idea that individuals' social and physical contexts have a causal influence on their beliefs and perspectives, okay? So recognizing that all this context that's going on, culture, for example, culture is a huge causal mechanism, right? And I think mixed methods actually opens itself up very nicely to studying things like culture that are very complex, right? Very complex, all right? So this is the idea. Context matters, and it matters in a direct way, in a causal way. And that's the argument here. Okay, so very simple example, a simple illustration, okay? So maybe this has been a little bit too theoretical for some of you. So we have a simple study, okay? The relationship between school engagement, okay? Whether students feel engaged in school, right? And that can be university, that can be primary school, secondary school. So the relationship between school engagement and then their grades, their marks, okay? So the idea being that the more engaged students are in school, the better their grades will be. Okay, so the simple quantitative question here is, does greater school engagement lead to or predict better grades in school? Okay, it's a very straightforward kind of quantitative study. Qualitatively, we might choose to study this a bit differently. Okay, for example, what are the experiences of school engagement for students? Okay, so as you can see, the first one at the top is it's horizontal because it's looking at this linear relationship, but it's also not there's not a lot of depth there, right? You're not going to learn a whole lot about what students go through in school, right? Because that's not the question. The question is, they just want to see if there's a relationship. Again, it's just looking at the causal mechanism. They're not really concerned with the depth, right? The context, the experiences, what happens in school that makes students engaged or not engaged, all right? The qualitative study, and there's been a lot of very nice qualitative studies on this topic. This is one of the things that I have recently studied myself. What are the experiences of school engagement, okay? Now, why is grades in school there in parentheses? Because a qualitative study might give us some hypotheses about why grades in school might be affected by how the students experience engagement, okay? We can generate some hypotheses, but we can't really, we can't really test that kind of causal relationship, all right? Now, let's look at the mixed method of a study here. I can get my Zoom to work. Now, it looks very similar to the first one, but what's different? The arrow is thicker. Why is the arrow thicker? Because now we have tested the causal relationship, just like the first one, but now we have added depth as well by employing a mixed method design. So now the question is, how do students' experiences in school influence their performance? Okay, and so we might, one potential design we might employ is first test the relationship and then try to explain why it's significant or why it's not significant. Okay, we don't know for sure it will be significant. Okay, so the mixed method, the qualitative part in the second part of the study, might help us to understand why it was not significant. Okay, but now we have both the breadth of the studying the causal relationship as well as the depth in understanding the process. All right. So I think that's a pretty clear. What do you guys think? Is that an easy, clear example here to help you to grasp the difference? Anybody have any questions so far? Anything I've said not clear? You need clarification? All good. Thank you for that.
Prof.
Okay.
I would like to ask one question.
Yes, Guzman.
Just now you mentioned about objective reality and subjective reality.
Okay.
So in the context of mixed method, how do we know this is objective and then another one is objective reality? Right.
Well, this is one of the arguments against mixed method research. And I've had the pleasure of knowing scholars in, like, for example, in qualitative research. I'm a friend of Sharon Mariam. Sharon Mariam is a well-known case study expert in qualitative research. In fact, her textbooks are very popular in Malaysia, and she's been coming to UPM for many years. So I've had a lot of discussions with Sharon about this issue, and she's a staunch qualitative researcher, and she's very much against mixed method research. And her feelings towards it are driven by this idea of paradigmatic clash, which she calls she says, because if you're basing your research on this kind of paradigm, so you come from a belief that reality is socially constructed, how do you combine that with a belief that reality is, independent and so forth? For her, it's a philosophical clash, and you can't combine these two philosophies in the same study because they're opposed to one another. Right? And so this is where there is some tension between the two. Now, I think one of the ways that they tried to explain that is, for example, let's take the bottom example of school engagement, where we're starting with the sort of objective notion of reality, where we're testing this relationship in an objective manner. Okay. Now the qualitative portion of that we have to acknowledge there's limitations. There's limitations in any qualitative study. You're dealing with a small sample. You're dealing with a specific sample. So that qualitative portion of the study, you're not claiming to explain in a generalized way. You cannot make that claim, right? So that's one of the limitations of any mixed method study, is that you must stay within the paradigm. So for example, you do the qualitative, but you acknowledge the limitations of the qualitative, okay? And so that's why often mixed method is you'll also see it in the literature under post-positivism. Because post-positivism, one of the assumptions of post-positivism is that we cannot make absolute truth claims like they used to do in positivism. Okay, like the finding of the study means that it's absolutely true everywhere. Okay, they used to make these kinds of claims. Post-positivists acknowledge the fact that there's limitations in all research. Essentially, we can't truly know for sure whether these things are true. So it's kind of that idea, is that the qualitative, because you are sort of dealing with these two different paradigms, there are going to be limitations. Okay. So the qualitative, we can never say, even in this particular example here, our qualitative, the explanation of the relationship in the second part of the study is going to be limited to whatever sample we're dealing with. Okay, so we cannot really generalize like we can in a truly well-designed positive quantitative study. Okay. So I think it's about acknowledging the limitations within the method, within the approach. All right. So that's kind of the best way I can answer that question. But this is definitely an issue that has been brought up in the literature. Okay, and of course it gets to a very philosophical level as well. So I mean, as graduate students and PhD students, you don't have to necessarily go to that level, of philosophical discourse and all that. But it's important to understand the basic gist of the arguments and why they're there. Okay. So some of the challenges of doing mixed, and I think Guzman, you highlighted clash and being aware of that and being open to it in your writing, acknowledging the limitations. Now,
excuse me, Prof.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. Actually,
okay.
Is it the question just now is how are we going to determine which one is objective, which one is subjective? Is it based on the research question, Prof? Because from the research question, actually, we know. So, for example, when we use yes/no question, or maybe what question, it tends to be objective, right? But when we use why and how, okay, it tends to be what do we call it? Subjective. Am I right, Prof?
Yes, you're right. So the first one would be the quantitative portion of the study. The second one would be the qualitative portion of the study. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to look at these different designs in a while, right? And you can see how they formulate the study design based on those different questions. Okay. So, okay. I don't see any other questions in the chat box. Okay.
Sorry, Prof.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Fazmi.
Yeah, Prof. Just one question. Maybe it might be asked just now. So it means that it has to be how and why. It cannot be what.
No, it can be what. It can be what.
What.
Yeah, please. Okay, please. A lot of people have this misnomer
Okay.
about qualitative studies. And I've heard even in Viva's examiners say, oh, well, you know, your qualitative study, your research questions don't start with how and why, therefore they're wrong.
Yeah.
No, your research questions in a qualitative study should be open-ended. They don't have to start with how and why. So what questions are perfectly acceptable in qualitative research as long as they're open-ended?
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
they have to be exploratory. I mean, they have to fit the you know, the purpose of doing qualitative research. It's not about the words you use.
Okay. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you, Prof.
Yeah, it's more about how you word the question. Yeah.
Question. Okay.
And in fact, in the qualitative literature, you'll even come across some scholars that will say, beware of why questions, because they're actually hard to answer. They're not always easy to answer. All right.
Okay.
Now, it's not to say you shouldn't use them. You can use them, but just be careful. Okay. So challenges. So in addition to the paradigm issue, okay, which Usman raised, another challenge of mixed method is that there's less. I wouldn't say no. Okay. I think I took this from Maxwell's work, but there's fewer definitive guidelines on how to conduct mixed methods research. Okay. Also because there's different formulations of designs. And so it's a bit more challenging to come up with guidelines on how to conduct it because of the variety of designs that exist. But this, I would argue that this is this is very much the case as well with qualitative research. You know, the guidelines on how to conduct a qualitative study are also not that clear either because of the great diversity in how studies in the qualitative in the qualitative sciences are also formulated. But that is definitely a challenge. It's not like quantitative research. Integrating multiple data sets is complex, okay, especially when you're dealing with different methodological traditions. Okay, so this idea of integrating qualitative and quantitative, and I know from experience, it can be challenging, right? It can be challenging. Okay. And unfortunately, going back to number one, there are no definitive guidelines on how you integrate different data sets. You know, so I can't, like, I'm not going to tell you today. I can't tell you today. If you have, you know, an SEM finding in phase 1 of your study, and you've done a case study in phase 2, this is how you integrate them. I can't tell you that because every study is going to be different and unique. Okay, so how you integrate them is very much how the researcher sees the data. And then what is the goal of the research? Are you trying to explain the findings from the SEM? Are you trying to explain the different pathways from the SEM? Are you trying to explain the overall model? Are you looking for contradictions? I can't answer that question for you. It's really up to you how you design your study. All right. So this is one of the challenges of mixed method. There are challenges in publishing. So if you guys, I'm sure most of you, I don't know the rules in UMP, but if you have to publish your findings as part of your graduation requirements, or if you're an academic and you are trying to publish your findings, it's challenging to publish mixed method research because of the limitations. And I just went through this process over the past couple of years. My team and I, we wrote up a mixed method paper, and you know, we just couldn't get it down under 10,000 words, but most of the journals wanted 7,000 or 8,000 words. So we really had a really hard time doing that. Okay, so that's another challenge with mixed methods research. Mixed method research requires a larger skill set. Okay, so it's unfortunately a lot of students especially have this misnomer that I don't really have to know quantitative that well or qualitative that well. I just have to know them each a little bit, and I can combine them and make a mixed method study. That's not true. That's not true. You have to know qualitative and quantitative, okay, if you're going to do mixed method. All right. It's especially true because you know, when you want to integrate them, you have to know how they're different, how they're similar, right? You have to know why I'm doing, for example, in my quantitative, maybe I'm doing a very basic descriptive quantitative study, but I'm going to do a very elaborate qualitative portion. You know, the second part of the study is going to be very elaborate, a very in-depth qualitative study, but my quantitative is just going to be descriptive, you know, or I'm going to do a very complex quantitative design, SEM and mediation and all that. And my qualitative is going to be less rigorous. Okay. What does that mean to do a less rigorous qualitative study? If you don't know qualitative research, you can't determine that. Okay. So you need to know both quality and quantity, all right, to do mixed methods. All right. So I hope that doesn't break anybody's heart, but I've seen many students try to do mixed methods without a strong grasp of either one of the methods, and they end up shooting themselves in the foot, and they come up with a half-baked study. Okay, and they end up with a bigger problem later on. Mixed method research does tend to take longer to complete, obviously, okay, and it requires more resources. I think that's pretty obvious, right? Because you're using two approaches, so it typically is going to take longer, and it's typically going to require more resources. Nowadays, it's hard enough to do sampling for either a quality or quantitative study, but when you're going to do sampling for both, double the challenge. Okay, double the challenge. All right. I don't know, maybe some of you have had the experience of, for example, trying to get people to answer your online surveys and how hard that is now because everybody's being inundated with online survey requests, right? So this is something that you need to consider, especially if you're a student, just for pragmatic sake, being practical. Do I have the time? Do I have the resources to really do a mixed method study? Okay, so it's just something you need to consider. Okay, let's a few more and we're gonna take a break, first break. Okay, so 3 major reasons for conducting a mixed method study. Okay, and this is from Creswell. It's really important that you are clear as to why you're doing a mixed method study. Okay, so I gave the example early on, obviously talking about how we use mixed methods all the time and how it's very practical. Okay, it's very practical, and it can give you a really robust finding. Okay, so that's a general reason, but there's some others as well. So Creswell talks about some others, and he says more information or better information can be learned by converging or triangulating results than from one method alone. Okay, and it's true, and I think we sort of showed that earlier. Okay, that you can get a more robust understanding of a phenomenon if you're using if you're converging methods. Okay, converging or triangulating. Results from one method can be extended by using another method. Okay, so you want to extend your results. And that's often why, for example, people will do a quantitative study to start, and they get that sort of, again, they confirm a causal relationship or they confirm some sort of association, but then they want to extend that further by understanding some of the mechanisms that are taking place. Okay, so extending that. Okay, so extension is another reason for doing mixed method research. Okay, and the third one that Creswell mentions is quantitative measures and instruments grounded in the views of subjects or participants in the study can be developed. Okay, so this is a very common use of mixed method research. Okay, so starting off with a qualitative study to develop some kind of survey measure that's relevant to the specific population you're studying, okay, and then doing some validation or some kind of quantitative testing after that with the survey, okay, and so that mixed method design is quite common. We see that quite a bit, all right, but it works very well, and especially in settings and contexts and countries where maybe there's less research going on, or there's things that haven't been studied yet. This is a really good use of mixed method research. Okay, so for Creswell, these are the 3 main reasons why we do mixed method research. Okay, so based on that, I think we can take our first break. But before we take a break, let me ask you guys out there. And we're going to discuss this a bit later as well, towards the end of the course. But maybe just 1 or 2 people could share right now. What is your rationale if you are choosing to do mixed methods? What is your rationale for doing a mixed method study? Does anybody want to share? Just maybe 1 or 2 before we take a break. Anybody? volunteer?
I think, Prof.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I think the rationale for my concern to do mixed method is based on my research question. Because sometimes when you want to research an issue, and it may be not that simple. So sometimes my research questions may be both quantitative and qualitative, and that is the necessity to use the mixed method.
Okay, so from these three reasons on the screen, which one do you think yours falls under?
Maybe the second one. Results from one method can be extended by using another method.
Okay, so your main method is what?
Main method is quantitative.
Quantitative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I should say that my research questions has more quantitative ones than qualitative ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That sounds like number two, because the difference between 1 and 2, and we're going to see this in the designs that we talk about after the break, but the main difference between 1 and 2 is that number one is where you sort of have a balance between the two, right? And so you're using them to see how there's convergence, how there's there's confirming evidence, disconfirming evidence, comparison, etc. Where number 2, what Creswell's he's alluding to here is number 2 is where you really have one core method, but you want to extend that method with the other method. So you really start with one of the two, and then the other is used to sort of, as in Malay they say tambah sikit, or you want to extend, that main method. So based on what you just said, I think, yeah, it sounds like number 2, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. Yeah. Well, think about it. Creswell's slide, this slide here, you'll get the slides. You can, just take a look at your own study, your design right now, and think about it. Think, well, what am I really trying to do here? Right. Which of these 3 things am I really trying to do? Okay. So that will tell you whether you are on the right path in terms of choosing mixed methods. Chen, hi Chen, how are you? Chen's my student at UPM. Preference, experience, question, request. Okay, Chen, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Can you explain?
Hello, Professor. I mean, when you chose mixed method, it can be based on your preference and your personal training experience and your research question, or some request from the other, maybe journals or your supervisor. So I think there are many reasons you chose mixed method.
All right, so I would say those are considerations. Those are considerations, things you have to consider, yes, but those should not be the main reasons why you choose to do it. Okay, because none of those have to do with the actual phenomenon you're studying, or the research questions you're asking. Okay, so of course, yes, we should consider our own abilities, our own what we're proficient in. For example, if we are really bad in statistics, we hate statistics, but we really want to do mixed method because we have these questions we're asking. Well, maybe we'll just do a very basic quantitative. So that can be a consideration in your design. Okay, but I would say never design a study, especially something as big as a PhD study, on those sort of cursory considerations. Okay, yes, you should consider them. Yes, they're things you have to think about, but also think about these main reasons. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Okay, so I think we can just take a quick break, maybe just 6 or 7 minute break.
Excuse me, Prof.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. May I ask one question?
Sure.
Just now you mentioned about the positivism and post-positivism. So what do you think, Prof? does the positivism really work in social science or not? Yeah, because for me, based on my understanding, the positivism will work only in some sort like chemical, chemistry, biology.
Physical
What do you
science.
think, Prof? Because it believes on absolute truth, actually.
Yeah.
When we are doing the social science, there is no absolute truth in social science, actually.
Okay, so
sometimes people still argue that the philosophy must be positivism when you do the quantitative approach. Since for me, it does not work, actually. So using the post-positivism seems more appropriate, actually, for social science research. What do you think, Prof?
Well, yeah, and I think that's the main argument why in the social sciences you rarely see any claims of positivism anymore. Now, most of the social sciences have already moved away from that. Even the hardcore quantitative researchers in social sciences, they acknowledge working more from a post-positivist paradigm now. Okay, positivism and post-positivism, they're not methods. You don't use them. They're paradigms. They're the underlying paradigm through which we select our methods. Right. So if you're a positivist, yes, like you said, if you're a positivist, a hardcore positivist, you believe that you can arrive at absolute truths through these quantitative methods. And yes, that has been pretty much disproven, especially in the social sciences. Okay, but even in the physical sciences, people are starting to question that as well. So yeah, absolutely, and that is definitely what definitely the trends now in social sciences are. They've moved away from this idea of this Cartesian idea of that you can arrive at these absolute truths using that kind of thinking. So yeah,
very much, Prof.
Great.
Prof,
Okay.
Prof, one question. Sorry.
Yes, me.
Is number one, triangulations. Is this an extended type of a mixed method?
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I didn't quite hear you.
The triangulation method from question one, is it the extension of mixed method or is it another type of instrument?
Mixed method is often referred to as a form of triangulation. In other words, what he's talking about here is that you're triangulating your findings. So from the quantitative findings and the qualitative findings. In other words, this number one again is where you're sort of giving equal weight to both types of study. Okay, where you get a quantitative finding and you get a qualitative finding, and you are doing this kind of comparing and contrasting to see how they coalesce around a sort of finding, or where there's differences, and so forth. All right, so that's why the first one is really about equal weight, but using different approaches. It's like different ways of looking at a particular topic. Whereas number two is starting with one main one and then extending that using the other. Another extending understanding, extending our interpretation using the other. Okay. So they use that language triangulation because they're talking about how you use the findings in each study.
Because I understand if triangulate means use three types of things.
No, don't get fooled by the language. Triangulate just means a minimum of two.
Oh, okay.
Actually the term actually originated from the military sciences.
Oh.
So like you have a target that you're trying to destroy, so you hit it with ground troops, air troops, that whole thing.
Yeah, you just to make sure that it converges, and that's your target.
Well, that's the thing, is that they may not converge. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Rob. That's good. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so another question here. Jackie says, is it possible to conduct mixed methods in a case study? Absolutely, Jackie. Yes, many case studies, they incorporate both quality and quantity mixed methods. Yeah, in fact, they make very nice case studies when you use both. So of course, yeah, like usually the quantitative is going to be small, even though it's using a quantitative measures. Your sample size will still probably be small, but you can definitely still use those quantitative measures. And again, it's just, you mentioned that as the limitation of the study. You cannot generalize beyond the case study, beyond that case. You cannot generalize your findings. So that's a recognized limitation. Okay, but when it's used, when it's used in a case study, it works very well. Okay, yeah, Samuel, I can't answer the question about recording, but I think Hannah said that they're going to record this. Oh, they are recording, yeah. So they're going to share. Okay, great. Let's just take a 6 to 7 minute break, okay? Let's get away from the screens for a few minutes. We'll come back in a few minutes, okay?
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Prof.
Thank you.
Okay, Bismillah, we're ready to go?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, let me just get mine. All right, so let's continue. I appreciate the questions. Good questions so far from everyone. Okay, so now based on those really good questions you asked, what we've talked about so far, I'm gonna now move into the actual specific designs. As I mentioned, I'm gonna focus on the 4 major designs, although as I said, there are derivatives of these designs that you'll also come across in the literature. So I hope you won't be confused, but yeah. So one of the things that I have found over the years supervising and teaching is and even as a researcher myself, I tend to make this mistake a lot myself. We don't do enough early on in our study, and we don't give enough thought to our study design. Okay, essentially that's what it is. So some scholars have helped us to do this by providing us with important questions that we need to think about when we're designing our studies. Okay, so I showed you just now those 3 reasons for doing mixed method research. So that's a good start as well. In addition to that, there are some more specific questions that we can ask. For example, as Palinkis and friends have mentioned, one of the first questions we can ask ourselves is, what is the rationale? Okay, what is the rationale for doing this mixed method study? Is the study dictated by data, by objectives, by research questions, and or to complement the strengths and weaknesses of the various methods utilized? Okay, so think about your rationale. Why am I using mixed method? Okay, in addition to those 3 earlier points made by Creswell, think about that. What is the structure? Okay, what is going to be the structure of the design? Okay, how are the methods going to be integrated together? And this is where I think a lot of us don't think enough about. Okay, how are we going to actually integrate these 2 methods? All right. Even if we say we're going to do quantity, then quality, or quality, then quantity, okay, but then at what point and when will you do the sort of quote unquote integration of the findings? Okay, and how will you integrate the findings? All right. So having that clear structure for the study is really important as well. Okay, what is the function? Okay, in other words, what's the goal? All right, is the goal convergence of findings? In other words, you want to sort of show how they support, provide complementary explanations, okay, where this is more of an extension of one or the other. Do you want to expand upon previous findings? Okay, again, that's another form of extension. Are you developing an instrument or is it for sampling purposes? Okay, like case study, for example. Like I like the question about case study that Jackie asked. And in fact, if you read people like Robert Yin's work on case study, he talks a lot about, I think, using mixed methods, using both methods in his case studies. Okay. So be clear about the function of the study. All right, of the method and the goal. All right, the goal. And then what is the process? So how are you actually going to do it? Will you merge data sets together? Will you convert your qualitative, initial qualitative, will you convert that to quantitative and then analyze it quantitatively? Okay. Will it be in the sequence? Will one data set be embedded within another? Okay, so again, the process of how you're going to do it also needs to be thought about. Okay, so rationale, structure, function, and process. Okay, if you can answer these 4 questions clearly, at the outset, I think you'll be in good shape in terms of planning your study. Okay, so these are really important to keep in mind. Okay, so the type of multi-method approach depends really on 4 factors. Okay, so the theoretical perspective. Okay, so what role will theory play in your study? Is it going to be based explicitly on theory or implicitly on theory? All right. So is the theory more pronounced? You know, are you basing the study, design the study based on this theory, or is the theory sort of in the background? Okay, it's there. It gives an overall direction, but you're not necessarily testing any particular variables or anything like that. So, what role is theory playing in this design? This is going to help you determine, of course, your method. So, for example, if you are using theory very explicitly, most likely you're going to start with a quantitative study, you know, a quantitative method, all right, in your mixed methods. Okay. If theory is sort of implicit, that might lend more towards starting with a qualitative approach, right? And so that kind of thing. So how you are situating the theory in your study is going to, of course, dictate how you design your study. The priority of strategy. Are you giving them equal weight? Are you prioritizing the qualitative or are you prioritizing the quantitative? Okay, so just now, I forgot the young woman's name. She asked about her own study. And I asked this question. I said, are you prioritizing quality or quantity in your study? And so she said quantity. Okay, so she clearly has this idea, which is good. So you know the priority of your research. Sequence of data collection implementation. Okay, this is another one. Are you planning on collecting the qualitative first or the quantitative first, or is there no particular sequence? You're going to do them at the same time. Okay, whichever one you can get access to first. Sometimes that's the way these things work. Okay, this is also a consideration as well. All right. And then the point at which the data are integrated. Will you integrate the data as the data is coming in through during the point of data collection, or during analysis, or during interpretation, or with some combination? Okay. So at what point are you going to integrate your data? All right. And this is actually quite a challenging question. Okay. And this is one of those questions that it's often hard to kind of see sometimes at the outset. You know, when you're just planning a study and you're doing your proposal, this one is often not that clear. And it could change, in all honesty. It could change depending on how the study unfolds. Okay. But I think if you have the first three clear, then the fourth one may be a bit easier to answer. All right. But at what point are you going to actually integrate your data? So say you get you do your quantitative survey, you've wrapped that up, you get your findings, you do the analysis, you get your findings, and then you start your quality, right? Or are you going to do them sort of concurrently, right? Because you want to get the qualitative finding and the quantitative finding at the same time so that you can compare them, right? And then maybe even at that point, the quantitative finding may influence you to actually go back and collect more qualitative data. Okay, so that could also happen. All right, so a lot of things can happen in a mixed method study. So, these are things to consider. You may not, as I said, you may not be able to directly answer them all at the beginning.
Prof, one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a difference between mixed method and multi-method, like you mentioned just now?
They're more or less interchangeable. Some scholars will make the argument that one is correct, one's not correct, but I'm just using them interchangeably. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Prof.
Okay. So here's one three-dimensional typology, just to simplify things. So the level of mixing. Okay, are you fully mixing or partially mixing your mixed methods? All right. When are you mixing? Are you going to do it concurrently, or is one going to come after the other? All right. And then lastly, the emphasis on each method. Are they equal, or is one method dominant? Okay, so this is a simplified kind of typology for your design choice. Okay, so this is, again, another tool you have to look at and to see whether you're sort of on the right track in terms of your, in fact, in terms of having clarity on what you want to do. Okay, so the degree of mixing, the time frame, and then the emphasis. All right. So let's look at these now. This is just to give you sort of a template to work from. But now let's look at the actual designs. So Morse has a nice typology. Okay, and the first major, well, there's, as I said, we're going to deal with essentially 4 designs, but there's 2 groupings of designs. Okay, so the first one is sequential. Okay, as you can see on the top, there's one that's equivalent sequential. Okay, and that's indicated by the fact that the quant and qual are all capitalized, all right, big letters, meaning that they're given equal weight. So it's like 50-50. You know, my design is the qualitative and the quantitative are equally important. Okay? I'm not giving preference to either one. All right. Sorry, so I'm using my pen. Okay. So these are equal weight. All right. Now, this and the arrow here indicates one comes before the other, thus the name sequential, in sequence. Okay, so we start quan and then we follow up with qual, or we start qual, we follow up with quant. They're sequential. So these are the equivalent sequential designs. Then we have the dominant sequential designs, where we have one is more prevalent. Okay, it's dominant, followed by a less dominant other. Okay, and vice versa. So here you have 4 options for this one. Okay, you know, so even though like in this one, even though the quant comes first, the qual is actually the more dominant portion of the study. Okay, and here vice versa. All right. So here, right here, already we have 6 designs in the sequential. Right. Six sort of designs here. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to. Okay, and then we have the concurrent. Okay, so the second group of designs are what are called the concurrent designs. And here there's only 3. There's only 3, and what this means is that the first one, equivalent concurrent design, they are done concurrently, meaning at the same time. You conduct the qualitative and the quantitative. All right. And they're given equal weight. Okay. So neither one is really prioritized. They're both given priority and they're done at the same time concurrently. Okay. Now, this one would be probably a bit challenging for students, although I do have a colleague that did his PhD here using this design. Okay, but it is a bit challenging because you have to do them concurrently. That's a lot of work, obviously, right? To do a qualitative study and a quantitative study concurrently, very difficult for a single individual, right? So it's quite challenging for a student. Okay, but it is possible. It is possible. Okay, especially if it's like a case study, for example, like Jackie mentioned. The second one is the dominant concurrent design. Okay, so this one also, again, done simultaneously, same time, but where one is prioritized. Okay, either the quant or the qual is prioritized. Okay, so here you have 3. You have 3 designs essentially. Okay, so total we have a total of 9 different designs from Morse's typology. Okay. So this is important to realize because in what I notice about a lot of students in their proposal writing for mixed methods research, they fail to really articulate what their study design is. So they just talk about doing mixed methods, but they don't indicate these types of nuances in the design. Okay, they just fail to really mention it, and that's important because you yourself have to be clear about these things. You know, which one am I doing first and why? Which one is dominant and why? Or maybe neither one is dominant. Okay, that kind of thing. All right. So again, these are considerations. Right. It's a much more complex type of design than a regular quality or quantitative study. Right. So this is just the what I already mentioned about the slide here and the use of the capital letters and so forth.
Prof,
Yes.
a question about the big one and small qual.
Yeah.
To what extent the small qual will qualify? Meaning to say, is it like just open-ended findings? How can we define the small qual?
Yeah,
What
that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess so how can we qualify this as a small qual? To what extent?
Okay, that is an excellent question because this is where remember early on in the presentation I said there's less clear guidelines on doing mixed methods. This is one of the areas where there's very few guidelines on what that means. And of course, I've seen students do their own studies where they just they basically do a quantitative study, and then they do a few extra qualitative interviews. And when you ask them why, they say, "Oh, well, we want I just want to sort of strengthen my quantitative findings." But in a lot of those studies, there's not a clear rationale given. There's not a clear research question provided. There's not a clear criteria for sampling. So it's just sort of like, and then when I dig deeper, I find out that, well, the supervisor asked me to do it just to make the study makes the study look stronger. So again, this is the difference between, actually planning out this type of approach, this type of design, and then just sort of, throwing in a few interviews at the end just because it makes the study look stronger. So you yourself really have to know. You have to know why you want to do that qualitative portion. For example, if you're doing a qualitative part, if you're adding a qualitative portion to the study, there has to be at least one research question that qualitative, whatever it is going to answer. Otherwise, what are you doing it for? There's no purpose. Okay.
Like for instance, if it's a small quant, I think it's easier to clarify that because it might be just a univariate data analysis, like just t-test or what, but that will be easy. But the qual is a little bit difficult to define. Small, maybe just like simple open-ended, whereby we just send Google form and then they can answer in a paragraph, or maybe just a 1 or 2 lines. So that can just be analyzed.
Well, that's method. I mean, you're talking about the method for capturing the data, but that's not the important question. The important question is why are you asking that question? What is it that you're trying to capture in the Google form? That's the bigger question. That's the bigger question, is why do you have the qualitative question in there? It's not about how you collect the data. I mean, there's many ways of collecting qualitative data. That's not an issue. The question is, what is the purpose of having that qualitative portion of the study? Okay, that's the question you have to answer. Don't worry about the method. Yeah, of course, you can use Google form, collect open-ended. That's fine, no problem. So don't think about so much on the data collection approach and all that. First, think about, okay, why do I have this qualitative part in my study? What am I trying to learn from this? And how is it adding to the quantitative part? So again, think research questions. Think about research questions. What question am I asking here? So that's the problem, is that a lot of students, they go into it from the back end. They think about, oh, well, should I do an interview or just add a question here, but they don't think about why, right? So they get stuck because they don't. When you ask them, well, why do you have this? They can't answer. They don't know. Okay, so this is where study design, again, it starts with the questions you're asking, right? It starts with the research questions. That is what dictates a study design, not the other way around.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, sure. And if you're clear about that, it'll be easy because then you have all these options. Well, I'm asking this qualitative question because I really want clarity on this one issue, this one element, not the whole quantitative study. I just really want to know this one relationship or something. I really want to study this deeper. I want to understand this in context. Okay. Then you can easily formulate your question from that. And then, okay, fine. Then I can think about, okay, maybe interviews, maybe a Google form. Okay, fine. Doesn't matter. There's many ways of collecting qualitative data. That's not the issue.
Like Prof, just now Jackie asked about the case study. Case study is some sort like a very, it's just focusing on one case or company. Can it be qualified as a very small qual, like the quant to qual, meaning quant is, dominantly quant, and then qual is just focusing on one case, one company. So can that be considered?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see what you mean. So you want to do a quantitative study that includes a broader sample.
Yeah.
of companies, of organizations. Okay, and then you want to do a follow-up qualitative study of a case study of one company.
Yeah, to
Yes, you can.
define that as a small qual.
Absolutely. And that's been done many times in the literature. Okay. And of course you can, again, this goes back to Guzman's question about paradigms. So from that singular qualitative case study, again, you cannot generalize. Okay, even though you will be inclined to generalize because you've already done the generalized quantitative part and you've got your generalized finding. And now you're going to do a specific case study of one particular organization to understand it more in context, deeper, etc. But you have to be very careful that you don't make the mistake of trying to generalize the qualitative portion. Okay, you have to draw the clear limitations there. All right, but yes, that is a very popular approach to doing mixed methods. Right?
So it's still pragmatism. Still called pragmatism.
Oh, it's the same. I mean, it's the same paradigm. It's just that there are certain limitations in doing that. That qualitative portion. It's still a qualitative study, so it's still going to be susceptible to the same limitations in terms of generalizability and all that. But it does provide a really nice highlight, or it provides a really nice kind of example of what you may have found in your bigger quantitative study. Okay. But I think in that approach would be more towards extending the quantitative findings. It would be more extending the findings. I don't think it would be you wouldn't use that approach to like triangulate, for example. Towards extending the findings.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Yeah, good question. Okay, so to continue with this
Excuse me, Prof.
design. Yes.
I'm sorry, Prof. Can you go back to the previous slide, Prof?
Okay.
Okay, so I just continue the question from Prof. Putri Fazlin just now, okay, about the design, the what they call the selection of design in the mixed method. Okay, so actually, of course, it is driven by the research question and research objective. So the research question will drive the philosophy, and then the philosophy will drive the methods that we are going to use in our research, right? So now, okay, I would like to ask, okay, under which condition? So what kind of research questions and research objective that fit with these four scenarios? Yeah. Okay, equivalent sequential design, dominant sequential design, equivalent concurrent design, and dominant concurrent design. So what kind of research questions that fit with these scenarios? Thank you very much, Prof. Yeah,
excellent question. Can I just ask you to hold the question for now, because we're going to look at several examples in a little while.
Okay, Prof. Thank you.
We're going to look at several examples of real studies that have used these different designs, and I think you'll get some idea there. And then later, after that, if you feel like you still haven't had your question answered, you can ask it again, and we can revisit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Great. Sure. Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay, so to extend this discussion on concurrent and sequential, so we have another way of grouping these two. All right. So you will find these terminologies used in the literature. Okay, so for the sequential grouping, we have sequential explanatory strategy, sequential exploratory strategy, sequential transformative strategy. Okay, and then the same thing for the and then the concurrent, we have concurrent triangulation, concurrent transformative, and concurrent nested. Okay, so we're not going to deal with the transformative today, because transformative is a little bit different, and it's not used that often, and it's very much limited to a sort of critical theory type of study, which is it's a very specific type of study. So we're not gonna deal with that today, but we will deal with the other four. Okay, so the sequential explanatory, sequential exploratory, concurrent nested, and concurrent triangulation. Okay, so we're going to deal with those four. Okay, so let's start with the sequential explanatory strategy. All right. So as the name implies, the purpose of the sequential explanatory strategy is to explain, okay, or to extend our understanding of the initial strategy, okay? So in sequential explanatory research, we start off with quantitative research, a quantitative study, followed by a qualitative study, okay? And the idea there, obviously, is to use the qualitative to explain, to further explain the quantitative, okay? So you start off with a quantitative data collection, quantitative data analysis, and then you follow it up with qualitative data collection and qualitative data analysis, and then you interpret the findings, okay? Now, let me ask you, what do you think would be some of the benefits of using this particular approach? Anybody have any idea? Any suggestion?
Explain deeper the result of the quantitative.
Yep, definitely. Yep, it explains the quantitative deeper, right? So it gives us a more in-depth understanding of the relationships being tested. Yep.
More rigorous data.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
More rigorous.
More rigorous, okay? Yeah, right? Yep, that's true. It can be very rigorous. How about specifically on the sequential aspect of it? Okay, so imagine you're doing a quantitative study. You do quantitative study. You do your develop your survey, or you put together your survey. You test the survey. You get your quantitative findings, right? And now from the quantitative findings, you're going to go into the field and do a qualitative study. What is particularly beneficial about that sequential process?
We want to see any emerging findings, any other new variables coming out.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Anything else?
Because the quantitative, one of the weakness is what they call lack of depth, actually. Quantitative, yeah.
Yeah.
So this weakness can be compensated with the strength of the qualitative, which is more deeper, actually.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's also true. Okay, so yeah, those are all true. Very good. The other thing is that the nice thing about this design is that, and I recently concluded a study using this design, and it was very nice because once you get your quantitative finding, see the nature of qualitative research is that qualitative research is an emerging design. It's a flexible design, right? So when you get your quantitative design, you can design the qualitative portion of the study based on the finding of the quantitative analysis, right? So specifically, you tailor the qualitative portion of the study to whatever you found in the quantitative. So for example, say your quantitative portion, you had some hypotheses, maybe only one of your 5 hypotheses was significant, right? So that kind of finding, realization from the quantitative can then go into the design of your qualitative, okay? So it allows you to really zoom in and to tailor that second portion of the study to better understanding what happened in the first phase, okay? You see? So it really gives you that kind of flexibility where you can really target your, so you're not fixed to say, oh, I have to do study 1 and then study 2, and I can't tailor study 2 to whatever study 1 is, because no, in this design, you can design the qualitative to specifically address the concerns that came out of the quantitative. Or maybe there was an unexpected finding from the quantitative. You really want to understand that. Maybe there was one relationship that was very strong in the quantitative, and you really want to understand, why was this relationship so significant? Okay. So it gives you a lot of flexibility in that sense. Okay, so, and this can only be done if you're doing it sequentially. If you're doing it concurrently, which we're going to see in a minute, concurrently, it makes it a lot more difficult. Okay. Now, but what's one of the drawbacks of this sequential strategy in relation to that? What would be one of the drawbacks? Can anybody take a guess? A very practical consideration, especially for you students.
Takes longer time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it does. It takes longer because you have to do the first one and then the second one. All right. So that is just, the nature of the beast. It's one of the drawbacks. Okay. So with that flexibility, with that ability to kind of tailor the qualitative portion of the study, it does have a drawback there. Okay. So the next one is this is the same one. a little bit of elaboration here. Okay, as we mentioned, equal priority is given to the two phases. Okay, but this is actually not always the case, and I shouldn't have written it this way. Equal priority is not always given to the two phases. Okay, it can be, and it often is, but it doesn't have to be. Okay, equal priority does not have to be given to the two phases. The data are integrated during interpretation. They're integrated during interpretation. However, you can, like I mentioned, you can use the data from the first study to inform the data, the design of the second study. Okay. Primary focus is to explain the quantitative results by exploring certain results in more detail or helping explain unexpected results, as we just mentioned. Okay. So that's the strength of the method. It's relatively straightforward, okay, because it has those clear, distinct stages, and it's easier to describe than concurrent strategies. Concurrent strategies can become kind of messy because you're doing them simultaneously, and then sometimes you actually use one to inform the other while you're doing concurrently, but that gets messy because there's no real systematic way of doing it. It just sometimes you get insights as you're going through the study, you get insights that you want to you want to do some comparison or interpretation while you're conducting them. Weakness of this particular approach is that it's, as I said, it's very time consuming, especially if you're giving both phases equal consideration. Okay, so that is something that students in particular have to keep aware of. Yeah. Okay. Here's an example of okay, so here, Guzman, is one example of your question about research questions, yeah. So in this particular study called Teacher and Peer Support for Young Adolescents, Motivation, Engagement, and School Belonging, okay. I apologize, a lot of these examples are from my field, which is in education and youth development. So for those of you who are not familiar with this field, I apologize if the examples are hard to grasp, but so the research question in this study was, as it says, was to examine teacher and peer support for adolescent adjustment in one large urban ethnically diverse middle school. Okay, so the question about case study. Here's a perfect example. This is a case study. Okay, they're studying one particular school. Okay, and so for this sequential explanatory study, there were two main questions, just two main questions. How do teacher and peer support relate to student motivation, engagement, and belonging? And in what ways do teachers and peers support student motivation, engagement, and belonging? Okay. Now, many of you are going to say, well, wait a minute. That first question, they're using the word how. That means it's qualitative. Okay. Now, of course, we could say, well, maybe they could have worded that first question better because that's supposed to be the quantitative question, right? In a sequential explanatory design, this first question is the quantitative question. Okay, but they're using the word how. Okay, so the flag is going up, right? Oh no, they're using the word how. No, it shouldn't be that way. Okay, so here's their, we employed a sequential explanatory mixed method design in which we examined associations among the constructs using quantitative analyses. That's the first part. And investigated perceptions of the ways teachers and peers support student adjustment using qualitative inquiry. Okay. So they examine the associations in the first part, and then they qualitatively do interviews to try and understand in the second part. Okay. All right. So here's the first example of research questions for this particular study design. Okay. Is that clear? Any questions? Guzman, you okay with that? Or do you have some problem with the word?
I'm okay with that, Prof. But yeah, as you mentioned just now about the first research question here, how do teacher and peer support relate to student motivation, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So I'm the one who what I call quite strict with the research question here. So when we use the how, it is all about the mechanism, and it tends to be subjective actually.
Okay.
Same goes when we use the why question. But when we use yes, no question, so for example, or maybe we can use the what question here. So what is the relationship between the teacher and peer support and motivation, engagement, and belonging, for example? So it tends to be quantitative because yes, no question, or maybe what question. But when we use the how, it tends to be subjective because it is all about the mechanism. When we use the why, it tends to be subjective as well. It tends to be like what they call the reasons. Why does it happen? Something like that, Prof.
Okay, all right. All right.
Yeah.
Point well taken. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, I don't think the first question is worded as well as it could be because it does lend towards that qualitative kind of question. For me
Yeah,
as well.
my concern is that just to differentiate which one is for quantitative, which one is for qualitative, something like that, Prof.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have any comments? Okay. All right. So let's move on. Okay. So the second one is sequential exploratory strategy. Okay. So as you can imagine, this one is the opposite of the first one. Okay, where we start with the qualitative and we follow up with a quantitative. All right. So this one, qualitative data collection first, qualitative data analysis, quantitative data collection, quantitative data analysis, and then interpretation. All right. So they are in sequence. Now, collection and analysis of qualitative data followed by that of quantitative data. Again, equal priority is given, but as it says here, priority can be given to either. All right. Now, why did I not write that in the first one? I'm not sure. I have to go back and change that word because equal priority is not required actually. Okay. But you'll often see it that way, but not always. Okay. Data are integrated during interpretation. However, there's a caveat here as well, because with like the first one, when you've concluded that qualitative study, often researchers will make decisions about the quantitative study. So for example, and we're going to see an example in a minute of a real study, but for example, from the qualitative findings in the first study, we may choose to design our own instrument for the second part of the study. Or based on the findings from the qualitative portion of the study, we may then choose to adapt certain measures from the literature, for example, based on the qualitative findings. So again, this is the benefit of the sort of added value of doing it in sequence, okay, the sequential. Okay, there are decisions that can be made between the two phases that can maximize the sort of link between those two phases of the study. All right, so that's also true in this design. Used primarily to explore a phenomena by testing elements of a theory, generalizing qualitative findings to different samples, development of instrumentation. Okay, so we can develop instruments. So you can also generalize whatever qualitative findings you get in the first portion of the study. We can then test it in a larger, more generalized sample of individuals. All right. And as the first one says, testing elements of a theory, we may find from the qualitative finding that there's certain elements of a theory that really are coming out in the qualitative portion, right? So we can use that, and then we test those elements using the quantitative. So the strength, again, it's also more, I think, more straightforward due to the stages and easier to describe. So same as the other one. And again, it's also time consuming. Okay, especially when you're giving priority to both. All right, so similar strengths and weaknesses. Okay, so here's an example of a sequential exploratory mixed method design. This is a study that we did here in Malaysia. So our research questions was, in phase one of the study, we examined the policy context in Malaysia on youth associations. Okay, and we focused on addressing the question, what is the shared belief system that undergirds and directs youth associations? Okay, so this was qualitative because it was exploratory. Okay, from the document, and this is mostly from document analysis. Okay, so this phase one, this qualitative phase, was mostly through document analysis. Okay, so from the documents, from the ground, we're trying to understand, explore what is the shared belief system from the documents, from the policies that undergirds and directs youth associations. Okay, so that was the first question was qualitative. In the second phase of the study, and this is actually a 3-phase study. Okay. Now, mixed methods does not have to always be limited to 2 phases. Okay, that's the other thing we have to keep in mind. Mixed methods can have more than 2 phases, right? And you'll often see in mixed method studies, they do have 3 phases because often they go back in the 3rd phase. They may start off qualitatively and then do quantitative. And then because of the quantitative finding, they may go back and do follow-up qualitative. Okay, that's actually something that you'll see in the literature as well. So here we did a 3-phase study, all right? And the 2nd phase, we did the quantitative study, okay? So in phase 2, we looked deeper into the perspective of the youth leaders, okay, the youth leaders of the associations that we're interested in, okay? And our aim was to understand whether these associations can be considered empowering settings, okay? So based on the phase 1 findings, we found that, well, the shared belief system is very much geared towards empowering the youth associations, okay? So it's really a policy and a system of empowerment, okay? So then we wanted to test that sort of to see among the youth leaders of the associations, what aspects of the settings are most closely linked to youth engagement, all right? To look at this issue of empowering settings. The qualitative results combined with insight from the literature on engagement led to the construction of measures of engagement and its precursors, okay? So from phase 1, we developed some measures on youth engagement, okay? As well as we took some from the literature as well, all right? So we combined both. And then in phase 3, we had another question. What aspects of empowering settings contribute most substantially to organizational and community engagement among association members, okay? So this was also quantitative, all right? So here we have 3 phases, qualitative and then quantitative and then quantitative. All right.
Prof,
Yes.
are the respondents the same for each of for phase 2 and 3?
No. Good question. So phase 2 we used to identify the measures and develop new measures. Okay. And then the phase 3, phase 2 was also qualitative. Okay, so phase 1 was qualitative, phase 2 was qualitative as well, okay? That's why it says we look deeper into the perspectives of the youth leaders. Those were interviews with youth leaders, okay? So we started off with document analysis, qualitative in phase 1, interviews, qualitative in phase 2, and then from that, we then did the quantitative in the phase 3 with the youth association members, the youth in the associations, okay? And that was the 3rd phase. Okay, so this was quali, quanti.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is another design. Now you see here, all the questions start with what? Okay, and again, you can't really tell. And I teach both qualitative and quantitative, and you cannot determine just by the wording of a question whether it's qualitative or quantitative. Sometimes you can, sometimes it's quite obvious, but you cannot always, all right? Even a question like why, or sometimes a question like how even, because like a why question, research question, you may be starting from a large and rich literature, okay? And so to answer that why question, what you've done is you've gone through that literature review and you've compiled all the possible reasons why from the literature review. And you've put it into a survey and you've tested that survey, okay? It's asking a why question, right? But it's being done quantitatively, right? That is possible. That is actually possible, okay? So try not to get too caught up on the wording of the question. What's more important is the rationale of the question and the design, okay? What is the aim of what they're trying to, what are they trying to understand from this question? What's the aim of it? And then how are they designing the study to answer that question? Okay, that's more important than just looking at the question. It's a little too simplistic just to look at the question and say, oh, it should be quality or quantity. In all reality. Okay, so that is an example of the concurrent starting with quality. Okay, here there's 2 phases. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Prof. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
It's okay.
Okay, Prof. So in this sequential strategies, explanatory and exploratory, So when we are looking at the philosophy here, Prof, okay, should we use the pragmatism all the times, or we can use, for example, when we use the sequential explanatory mixed method strategy, we start with the post-positivism, and then when we go to the qualitative approach, we are no longer the post-positivists, but we are now social constructivists.
No, you don't really use a philosophy. Philosophy is what you're basing your design on. Okay, so like in a lot of the mixed method literature, they'll often talk about mixed methods themselves as coming from the post-positive philosophy paradigm. Okay, because you're using whatever method you can to estimate. To make an estimation of reality, because post-positivists, like we said before, have basically accepted the fact that understanding reality in its absolute terms and all that, it's impossible using positivism. Okay, so you've basically accepted that. So you're using it to estimate reality, and so you're using whatever method does that. And so for them, that means including both qualitative and quantitative. Okay, so you don't really apply a philosophy to a specific research question. The philosophy is what undergirds the whole study, the whole approach. Okay, what you apply is you apply a design, a research design. Okay, you apply a design. So yeah, so I would just try to avoid making it so piecemeal like that. Yeah.
All right, Prof. Understood. Yeah. Thanks so much, Prof.
Sure. Okay, so the next one, now those are the major sequential approaches, okay? And like I tried to show with the last one is that, you don't have to get stuck with just two phases as as I presented it conceptually, it was two phases, but you may have additional questions that require a third phase or whatever, but the sequence is the same. Okay, the sequence is the same. It's the same rationale for the sequence. Okay, now let's move to the two concurrent ones. Now the concurrent ones are a bit trickier because they, again, this is where there's a lot of sort of researcher creativity, autonomy, and so forth come into play when you're doing with the concurrent designs. So concurrent triangulation strategy, the first one, is where we basically combine quali and quanti, all right, and we are carrying them out as the name implies, concurrently or simultaneously. So we're collecting we design them together, okay, we collect them together, all right, and then we analyze them together, and we compare and contrast, and we look for similarities, we look for differences, we look for sort of supportive types of findings, et cetera, okay? Now, of course, one of the disadvantages here is that you cannot, like in the first one, you cannot tailor, right, or adjust your either method based on the findings of the other, right? Because you're doing them simultaneously. So these two methods have to be fairly fixed in terms of what you're looking for, because you have less wiggle room, less room to make changes as you're going. Okay, so this is going to be a more fixed design in terms of how it's carried out. Okay, and then you get your findings at the end, and you can interpret those together. Okay, so you're comparing your results essentially, looking for similarities and differences and so forth. All right, so that's the concurrent design. Again, priorities should be equal, but they can be given to either. All right. The data are integrated during interpretation because you're carrying them at the same time. You don't have that opportunity to be going back and forth and doing any kind of comparison until you really get your results, and then you're going to begin that process. The interpretation notes either a lack of convergence or convergence that strengthens knowledge claims. Okay, so when you're interpreting, you get your qualitative findings, you get your quantitative findings. Okay, so that's where you're either gonna find some kind of convergence. They're gonna either sort of support one another, or there's gonna be a divergence, okay, of the two findings, right? Now, this is a common, I think, a common design for a follow-up phase, okay? Because actually, let me not answer that. You guys answer that question. Why might there be a follow-up phase to this type of a study? Based on that note I have on interpretation. Can anybody take a guess? Why might a researcher decide to do a follow-up phase? No guesses?
Maybe the first phase, the previous phase is not valid enough, and you need to further explain. So you need the next phase.
Okay, I wouldn't use the word not valid enough, but you're on the right track. Yeah, you're on the right track. So here's where you, as I said, you carry out your two phases together, and you got your findings, and you're comparing your findings. And what if you find that there's this big divergence? You know, the quality says one thing, the quantity says something very different, right? Well, you can conclude that, but you may be not satisfied with that, right? So maybe at that point you want to say, why is this so, right? Why is there this big divergence, at least maybe in some of the findings or something? That's where a lot of researchers will say, you know what, let's do a third phase. Let's go back to the field and do another, maybe a follow-up qualitative phase or something, right? To try and get more clarity as to why there's this lack of convergence. Okay, so it's not uncommon to see a third phase in this type of a study. What I found was, you know, when you're doing mixed method, you know, like one of the things that I found, we did a study on minority student school engagement. Okay. And so we did this, we did the quantitative first, and we got our quantitative findings, and then we did the qualitative. And so we got, when we got our quantitative results, like for example, with students in school, one of the important factors of related to school engagement is something as simple as safety. Okay, whether they feel physically and psychologically safe in the school environment. Okay. Now, when we asked in the second phase of the study, when we asked the students about that issue, safety, they had a hard time articulating that phenomenon. In other words, for most of them, physical safety was okay. I mean, there were some incidents of bullying and stuff like that. But beyond that, they had a really hard time articulating it, even though the quantitative findings showed that this was really important, far and away the most important indicator, okay, quantitatively. Qualitatively, it was really hard for them to put into words that phenomenon of feeling safe, okay? Maybe because of their age, they just had a hard time sort of putting it into words. You know, there could have been a lot of reasons for that. But so this is where sometimes, you know, there is a sort of, you know, you don't get a strong convergence of findings between the quality and the quantity. Okay. And sometimes you need to know why. You need to understand why that is. Okay. And so going back and doing another follow-up phase can help to clarify those things. Okay. So that's important to keep note of. So it's primarily the purpose is for confirmation, corroboration, or cross-validation, okay, within a single study, okay. Strengths familiar to many researchers, shorter data collection time when compared to sequential, okay. There's probably more planning time involved because you have to plan equally for both phases at the start. So you have to do a lot of planning in the beginning. And preparation in the beginning, but then the actual process, data collection process may be a bit shorter, okay? And it does offset the weaknesses inherent in one design by using both, okay? So it does sort of have that benefit. It requires a considerable amount of expertise and effort to study the phenomena under consideration using two different methods, okay? It may be difficult to compare two types of data as well as resolve discrepancies if they arise. Okay, so that's what I was referring to before. So if you do get these big discrepancies, it may be hard to sort of make sense of them, or draw conclusions as to why they are so different. Okay. The other thing is that you have to be really open and equally, what's the word? You have to be, you have to know both methods well, but you have to be equally open to the strengths of both methods. In other words, you have to know why you're doing quanti very clearly and the benefits of doing quanti, and then the same with the quali, right? So that when you're comparing the two, you're not shortchanging one or the other by saying like, oh, well, our quantitative findings were much better because quantitative research is better than qualitative research. I mean, that kind of simplistic thinking. Okay, you have to avoid that. You have to understand that they're different and they have different strengths. And so how do you build on those strengths in the context of interpreting your findings? All right, so that's really kind of important to keep in mind as well. Okay, so this can be a challenging approach, but it can also have some very nice strengths as well. Okay, so here's an example of of this type of study, concurrent triangulation. So promoting networks between evidence-based medicine. Oh no, did I put the wrong example in here? Sorry, 1 second, yeah? Okay, no, I'm gonna show you another one later. Okay, so this is just the research questions. Okay, so promoting networks between evidence-based medicine and values-based medicine in continuing medical education. Okay, this is a different field of study. Okay, so this study's central hypothesis is that a cross-functional clinical ethics course is able to amalgamate EBM and VBM, okay, evidence-based and values-based medicine. All right, so they have this new ethics course and they're trying to kind of bring together, seeing if they can bring together ethics-based medicine and values-based medicine. Therefore, we seek to address the following questions. What are the values of a group of healthcare professionals participating in CME, in clinical ethics? Okay. And then why and how do participants respond to values in their clinical practice? How does CME in clinical ethics impact the pairing of EBM and DBM? VBM, okay? So can you guess which one or which two are the quantitative and which are the qualitative questions?
The first and second are quali, and the last one is quanti.
Okay. Anyone else?
The first is quali, the second and the third are quanti.
Okay, so you agree with the first. Okay. Anyone else?
First is quanti, second is quali, third is triangulation.
Oh, good guess. Okay. Next. Anyone else?
One is quali, second is quali, and the last one is quanti.
Okay, but the last one starts with how, Guzman. Are you okay with that?
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks so much for your insight, actually, Prof.
Okay, sure. Yeah, just my whole point is just don't get too caught up on the wording. That's all. Yeah.
First,
Yeah, go ahead.
first quanti, second quali, third quanti.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I think I have to go back and look for sure, to be honest with you. But I do believe the first two are quali and the last one is quanti. But I will go back but the one of you who said the first one was quanti, the second was quali, and the third one was triangulation, that rings a bell. So I'm going to go back and check it during the break. Okay, I don't remember, to be honest with you. But all of those, the way they're worded, they could all be qualitative, in all honesty. But the fact that the third one is talking about impact. But again, when you have a question like that, how does CME in clinical ethics impact the parent? They may just be interested in understanding the the participants of the study, their perspective on the impact, okay? Not that they're trying to measure impact, okay? There's a difference. So even when you use the word impact, it doesn't necessarily always mean quantitative. Because I can ask, Guzman, I can ask you, well, what is your perspective, what is your perception on the impact of your teaching on your students, right? I can ask that in a qualitative study. You can say, well, I think, Prof, that I have a really strong impact. I help them with their research. They're better able to ask questions. And so I'm asking your perspective of impact. I'm not necessarily measuring impact. Okay. So that's why you need to really be careful about, limiting your, just the research question wording. Okay. So there's many ways of wording research questions. Okay. But let me go back and check this during the break. Okay. I actually used this in a previous lecture. I used this example later when we look at the example of designs. I'm going to show you, but I've changed that one. I've changed this one for the later portion of the study. I used a different study in the next section. So I'll have to go back and look at that one. Okay. Sorry. Concurrent nested. Now this is the last one. Also concurrent, but a little bit different. This is the nested strategy, it's called. So as you can see here from the design, you can do it either way. There's two ways of doing it, where you have a main design. Okay, so in the first example, the main design is quanti, but you have a smaller qualitative going on at the same time. Okay, but it's nested. In other words, it's focused on a particular question, some particular aspect of the sample. Okay, it has a smaller purpose, a more targeted purpose within a larger study. Okay, so that's essentially what the nested strategy is. Okay, and it can be either one. It can have the main strategy being quali, and this is another example where you see a lot of case studies. So a lot of case studies are done this way, where the main case study is qualitative, but they may ask one question quantitatively, right? Related to some aspect of organizational functioning or something. They just want to target one particular issue, and they'll use the other method for that. All right. Now this is really a strategy where you're really thinking about I want to do a qualitative study, but there's just this one issue, this one particular variable, this one particular phenomenon that I want to kind of look at in a more quantitative way or a more qualitative way. Okay, so this is a more strategic kind of method where there's a particular interest in one particular aspect of the study. Okay, so two data collection methods. One is embedded or nested within the other. All right. Priority is given to the primary data collection approach, less emphasis on the nested approach. That's why it's nested. It's not given equal weight. The data are mixed during analysis. Okay, and often we'll find in this approach also is they will convert. In other words, if they're doing a qualitative study with the nested quantitative, they may convert the nested qualitative into quantitative so that they can analyze them both as quantitative. Okay, so you sometimes you'll see that as well. A theoretical perspective may or may not guide the design, again, depending on the approach being used. Now, meaning here that, again, theory may be driving it or theory may be sort of more in the background, especially if it's driven more by qualitative research. Primary purpose is for gaining a broader perspective than could be gained from using only the predominant data collection method. Okay, so it's going to give you another dimension on a specific issue within the larger study. Secondary purpose is use of embedded method to address different research questions or garner information from different groups or levels within an organization, like a probing, for example. Okay, so you're doing a case study of an organization on organizational communication, for example, right? And so you're doing this quantitative study with the whole staff, all the staff, right? From top to bottom, you're doing a quantitative survey, but you're going to do a specific additional qualitative study on just the organizational leaders, okay? Because leadership tends to drive organizational culture, right? So even though you want to see how the general staff view organizational communication, but you really want to know what the leadership thinks in more detail, right? In a probing manner, so that you can get a lot more insight on their role, because they're the leaders, right? So it would make sense to get a more targeted finding from them with the nuance that comes with qualitative research. Okay, so that would be an example, a quick example of using the nested approach. So the strengths, you're able to collect two types of data simultaneously, again, like the previous one. So there's that advantage, okay? It can be done quicker and so forth. The data need to be transformed to allow integration during analysis. Okay, so as now this is not a weakness for all nested studies, but for those that actually do transformation of data, this can become a weakness because discrepancies can occur, all right, between different data types. So if you're analyzing, you're trying to analyze them together, it may be difficult to do so using this approach. So let's, oh, sorry, break time. Let's look at the examples now. I'm going to, after the break, I'm going to dive more closely, more deeply into specific examples. Okay, so I showed you some examples of just research questions so far, but I also want to show you more detail on the designs. Okay, on the designs for these different approaches. Okay, so let's take another quick break there. Are there any questions before we take a break?
Hello, Professor. I have
Yes.
two questions.
Yeah.
First, for the concurrent triangulation strategy,
yeah.
Maybe you have two phases. First, concurrent. Maybe the result is conflict, so you conduct the second phase. So for the second phases, I mean, you still use concurrent strategy, or you just use one method, for example, qualitative or quantitative.
Yeah, that's up to you. That's up to you. That depends on what you've seen as the need, you know, based on the finding you got from the concurrent study. If you then want to do a third phase to follow up, you know, it all depends on what you see as the need, you know. So that one is going to be very hard to plan out ahead of time. You know, you're going to have to sort of base that decision on what result you get from the concurrent study.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Professor. I mean, so because in the first phase, your results is conflict, have some conflict.
Right.
So next you use qualitative or quantitative. I think it's hard to decide, to make a choice whether it's more effective. Yeah, I think
it's gonna, right. It's going to be pretty much impossible to make that determination before when you're planning the study initially. It's going to be probably difficult or impossible to make that decision. So you can sort of leave that as a possibility, all right. And then if you find that you really need to do a third phase, and that third phase doesn't necessarily have to be a full study, right? I mean, you may choose just to do some additional qualitative interviews or focus groups just to get further clarification on the findings, you know. So that's always a possibility. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, every phase, I think they face such a problem. In every phase, they face such a challenge, whether you use one or two methods concurrent, and one is what? One is qualitative or quantitative. So I think every phase you meet such a challenge, such a problem.
Okay. All right.
So for yeah. Also another question, Professor, I want to ask. If you first you adopt a qualitative research, then you get some results.
Okay.
Next, if you use qualitative research, do you think it's proper to use two types of quantitative research, two types of quantitative research methods to verify the same results you get from qualitative research? Do you think it's proper?
Two methods,
For
such
example,
yeah.
Two different types of quantitative methods to
Yeah.
verify the same result you get from qualitative research. Do you think it's proper?
Well, why would you need two methods? For example, can you give me an example?
Yeah, maybe for example, you get some variables from or concept from qualitative research. Then second, first you use for example, some skills, instruments, you just or SEM, you test, you verify your results. Then another type of quantitative method, maybe you use experiment, for example, psychological experiment to verify some for the same results you get.
Well, how many years do you want to spend doing your PhD? That's the question I would ask. That's going to be a very long study.
I think it's plausible, Professor. Do you think it's proper if I do so?
The question of whether it's proper has to do with the objectives of the study, the research questions you're asking. It's not whether it's proper or not. I mean, you can, yeah, of course, you can devise a very complicated study, but again, what is the purpose of designing the study that way? It must be because you're trying to answer those questions. So depending on the questions you're asking, only then you determine whether you use SEM, experimental, and all that. So it's, but I think for a PhD, that's kind of above and beyond what's necessary. That's quite an extensive study.
Yeah, I mean, Professor, maybe first for the same variable, you first use SEM, for example. Then for the same variable, you can also use psychology experiment to verify.
Why would you use both? Why do you need to use both?
More rigorous is okay.
It's not necessarily more rigorous. One, you're testing associations. The second one, you're testing the effectiveness of an intervention. Right? That's why you use experimental. You want to see if the intervention works. So those are two different purposes, really. So it doesn't seem to make sense. So I think you need to think about the logic of your research, not necessarily, how many different how many different methods can I use to make it look more sophisticated? That's not an issue. The issue is whether there's a logic to it. Is it logical? Is it answering the questions you set out to answer? That's all. Yeah. Okay, so Chen, let me take some other questions here. There's a question from Chen Tian. My research topic is effects of music on emotional expression, okay. I'd like to try a hybrid approach, such as observation method for 1 and 6-year-old and questionnaire method can be used for 7 and 12-year-olds. Is it suitable? Well, that's a good question. Observation. I'm assuming your observation is also quantitative observation. You're going to quantify the observation as well, or you're going to do qualitative observation of one group and then quantitative questionnaire of another group. Because if you do that, you won't be able to compare them really. I mean, one is you're taking two groups of people and you're using a different method to study each. It's going to be kind of hard to compare them. So I'm not really sure why you would do that unless you're going to quantify the first group along with the second group. So I'm not totally clear on your question there, Chen. Yeah. So I don't know if you want to answer that, if you want to answer my question, or you can just write it in the chat box. Okay, in the meantime, let's just take another 5-minute break or so, and we'll come back, okay? Okay, anybody there? Are you guys still there?
Okay, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Just making sure there's people there.
Thank you,
Thank you, bro.
All right. Okay. Okay, I'm going to start again. Get going. So we'll head into the last phase of the program. So going back to this example I showed before, I just wanted to, I found the answer, okay, from the article. I forgot I removed it from later portion of the slide. So the answer is the first question here is quanti, and the second two are quali. Second and third are quali. Okay, so what are the values? They did a survey just to explore the values of the professionals, and then the second and third phases are both quali. Okay, so so the why and the how held up here. Okay, as being qualitative questions, and the first one was the quantitative question, the what question. All right, so let's move on.
Hello, Professor.
Yeah.
For the third question, they developed a conceptual framework. For the third question.
Did they develop a conceptual framework?
Yeah, for this article.
Hang on, let me check. Let's see. In the third question, they use qualitative content analysis. They use qualitative content analysis, but I'm not exactly sure what they analyzed. I have to go back and look at the article. So, yeah.
Okay, Professor, I will see it later. Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, I can send you the article later. Sorry. All right. Sorry. Get back to my screen. Can you see my PowerPoint again?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. All right. So let's now look at the samples here. Okay. So sample studies in a bit more detail. Okay. So the first one, the sequential explanatory strategy. This study is called How High Schools Become Empowering Communities, a mixed method explanatory inquiry into youth-adult partnership and school engagement. All right. So this was a sequential explanatory, as we just to remind everyone. So we started off with the in this study they started off with the quantitative, followed by the qualitative. So just some of the looking at the ways that they word the rationale for the study. Okay. So the primary purpose of the study was to gain insight into how high schools can create instructional contexts for youth engagement and empowerment. So they employed a sequential explanatory design, a methodology that allowed to draw inferences from multiple perspectives and analyses within a single inquiry. Okay. So this is also a case study. Okay. So going again back to Jackie's question, this is another example of a case study using mixed method. Oh, sorry. No, this is a combination. So this is actually related to the question you guys asked before. It's, as you can see there in phase one, we surveyed high school youth. Now this is across many high schools. They surveyed high school youth to examine pathways between three elements of school climate and school engagement. Okay. This analysis highlighted the centrality of youth voice and decision-making with additional contributions from supportive adult relationships and safety. Okay. Then through case study of an exemplary high school, phase two sought to describe and explain these pathways from two vantage points. Okay, so they first analyzed the organizational context in which the phase one pathways were embedded, and then they examined student perspectives of their own engagement. Okay, so in phase two, in the qualitative case study, they looked at both organizational context data as well as the students' interviews with the students. All right. So the first part may be organizational, could be policy documents, it could be observations. Okay, and then they included that, they combined that with student interviews. Okay, so here we have phase one, a sort of general survey of high school youth, and then phase two, a specific case study of a particular school. Okay, so that's how this was carried out. Okay, so they mentioned there given equal priority. Okay, the design gave equal priority to both phases. All right, so the first phase, quantitative path analysis to predict pathways, what they call pathways, Okay. And then the second phase, qualitative, single case study to provide context and depth to the quantitative pathways, right? So I think they're pretty clear in their study purpose. All right, and then elaboration on the qualitative purpose. They mentioned this here, okay? So they use some diagrams in the study, and I'm going to emphasize the use of diagrams later as well, okay? So phase one, they show the quantitative analysis, the path analysis there, just by showing the significant pathways or the significant relationships between the variables, okay? And then in phase two they don't give any diagram of the findings, but they do just provide a little bit of background of key aspects of the pathways. Okay, so in terms of the school that they studied, they provide the research questions that they asked, okay, and then the guiding theoretical frameworks that they used to carry out the study. All right. So diagrams can be very useful in mixed methods research also. Okay. Now the the example for the sequential exploratory design. Now I took a study that's actually similar in nature because I wanted to show how you can sort of look at a similar topic and study it in terms of mixed methods. You can study it differently. Okay. So this study is called "What Matters for Urban Adolescents' Engagement and Disengagement in School: A Mixed Method Study." Okay. And it's quite common, you'll see in the literature, a lot of mixed method studies, they do indicate in the title that they're using a mixed method design. Okay, and again, sequential exploratory begins with qualitative, as I mentioned, and concludes with quantitative. So this one they say, in terms of study purpose, existing research, engagement research lacks ecologically contextualized studies with the empirical power and qualitative depth to examine how classroom processes affect students' engagement and disengagement in school, okay? So they really emphasize the need for both empirical power, in other words, showing that, there's strong evidence, quantitative evidence for this relationship in a general sense, okay, empirical power, right? Along with qualitative depth, right? And I really like the way they word this here, how existing research lacks ecologically contextualized studies with the empirical power and the qualitative depth to examine how these processes going on in the classroom actually affect their engagement. And so this is very similar to what I was saying in the very early part of this talk today about this, how the processes that go on in our social settings can actually influence outcomes. I mean, I think they really sum it up here very nicely in the way that they have articulated this. Okay. And then they go on and talk a little bit more about the literature. This delta literature is particularly notable in secondary schools. Okay. That's not important for our purposes, but then they mention a limited, the gap here, one of the research gaps here, limited research. This is an additional purpose of the study. They want to focus on racially and ethnically diverse students. Okay. But for our purposes, let's go to the bottom. In response, this study addresses these gaps by using an exploratory mixed method sequential design, okay, to first examine the contextual factors that influence variations in both students' engagement and disengagement in a racially, economically diverse sample of urban, middle, and high school students, okay? So that's the first one, how context affects variations, all right? In order to utilize the strengths of each method, we use a sequential exploratory design to integrate qualitative and quantitative methods. The design is conducted in 2 phases with priority given to the qualitative phase. Okay, so it's very interesting. They're very explicit that they're giving priority to one phase. Okay, so this is not equal phases, right? This is starting off with quanti, following up with quali, but the quali being more important, okay? Okay, so priority is not equal here. All right. In the first phase, we selected a sample of middle and high school students, urban students, who varied in their level of engagement to interview about the meanings and purposes they ascribe to their engagement, disengagement, and school experiences. Okay. Sorry, I think I misspoke just now. They're emphasizing the quality, and that's the part that comes first. Okay. So that's the part they're really emphasizing. Okay. All right, so they start off with a qualitative sample, various levels of engagement among the students to learn in depth about the meanings and purposes they ascribe to engagement, disengagement, and school experiences. Okay. From the interviews, now skip down to the bottom. From the interviews, we identified themes, okay, related to the motivational and contextual factors that adolescents perceived as influencing their engagement. Okay, so they're trying to pull out basically predictors from the qualitative interviews. They're trying to pull out these predictors of engagement, okay, from the qualitative interviews using thematic analysis. All right. So this is what we call the analytic rationale. Why did they analyze the data the way they did? Because this is what they're trying to accomplish. This is what their purpose is. All right. Then in the second phase, here comes the quantitative part. We use survey data on motivation, engagement, and contextual factors collected from a larger sample in the same school district to test the predictive associations between those factors identified in the interviews and engagement and disengagement with this larger sample. So the second phase, they put together a survey based on the predictors they got. They came across from the qualitative phase. They put together a survey including all those predictors, okay? And then they tested that with a larger sample in the same school district, all right? To try to test the association, okay? So this is the quantitative purpose of the study. Okay, so the constructs in this larger study were initially chosen based on a review of the literature. Okay, so they did not develop their own measures, okay? They identified the variables from the qualitative study. And based on that, then they went and found the measures from the literature. All right. Then they tested them with the larger sample. Okay. So that's how they rationalized, that's how they came up with the study.
Prof, one question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, Prof, what if there's a risk whereby there's these themes that we could not find any measurement on it? It means that they need to develop a skill for that.
Good question.
I think there will be a high risk. Yeah.
Excellent question. That's what we did actually in the study I showed you before on the Malaysian Youth Associations. That's exactly what we did. From our qualitative, we found that there were some measures that already existed. And so we just adapted them to the local context. But there were 2 or 3, I think, or maybe just 1 or 2, I can't remember, new measures that we came up with. So we had to create 2 or 3 of our own measures. So we did that actually, but the very thing that you're asking.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Now that was a big study. It was a big study, and it took a while. So I mean, for a PhD, I'm not sure if you want to go to that length. It's quite a rigorous approach, and given your limitations with time and all that. So something you need to consider, okay? Because it might happen that way. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. So that's basically how they did it. Starting quality, then following up with quantity. Okay. They identify the variables from the qualitative study, get the measures from the literature, and then test them in a larger sample, test them using quantitative. Okay. And so that's essentially what they did in their sequential exploratory mixed method study. All right. Is that clear? So you can see the difference, yeah, between the first and the second, right? Okay, can I move on? Or are there any questions? Oh, I see chat boxes. Oh, okay. Well, we'll get to your research topics. I see some of you. Okay, yeah. we'll get to that after this portion, okay? The last portion of our talk today is going to be on letting you guys share about your research ideas, okay? So we'll discuss that in a minute. All right. So in the concurrent triangulation strategy, this is an article based on a study called Multi-Level Determinants of Racial Ethnic Disparities and Severe Maternal Morbidity and Mortality in the Context of the COVID-19 Pandemic in the USA, a protocol for concurrent triangulation mixed method study. Now, these they're harder to come by in the literature, to be quite honest, the concurrent strategies. And as you can see, many of them are there's actually quite a bit of research going on in the medical and nursing professions with mixed method research. So I found quite a few from that discipline. And it's quite interesting. So this is the concurrent triangulation. Now you can see here from their study. And again, this is a really useful, I think, an effective use of a diagram. So a lot of these types of studies, they'll use diagrams to illustrate their approach, right? Not only on the findings, also sometimes with the findings, but often even just in the design of the study. And so this is a lot easier to show than to have to just explain all this. Of course, they have to explain all this, but it really helps when you have diagrams as well. Okay, so this is a really nice example of a concurrent triangulation mixed method approach. All right, so you've got on this, again, occurring at the same time, you've got quantitative on the left, quality on the right. And they very clearly indicate what they're using as data sources. Okay, so this is a study on COVID, right? You've got surveys, so they indicate all the surveys on the left and the sources of their data. And that's all quantitative data, all right? On the right, you've got in-depth interviews. Okay, so clearly we can see that their qualitative is going to be limited to in-depth interviews with both white and Black women, as well as maternity care providers. So even within, this is a big study, even within the qualitative study, the qualitative portion of the study, they're using triangulation, as you can see. They've got white women, they've got Black women, they've got maternity care providers. That's actually a form of data triangulation. So even within the qualitative study, they have quite a high level of rigor, okay? And of course, on the left, you can see they've got quite a bit of quantitative data as well. So this is why you really need to know both qualitative and quantitative research, because, you know, the use, for example, the use of data triangulation in the qualitative part of the study, I mean, that's an important practice for qualitative research by itself. So the fact that they're incorporating that into the mixed method really shows that they have a strong grasp of both methods, okay? And then the data analysis, again, occurring concurrently. So on the qualitative side, they've got both content analysis as well as thematic analysis. On the quantitative side, they've got statistical analysis and machine learning. So that's a big thing now, machine learning, where they're doing some sort of data mining or maybe some meta-analysis of some kind using statistical software tools and so forth. And then from there, and that's pretty rigorous, both of those are pretty rigorous, and then they've got triangulation. So they're going to compare and contrast and look for complementarity. So where do they complement each other? Where do they differ? You know, where's their congruence, etc. And then interpret. All right. So again, this is quite a rigorous study, but you can see, I think, quite clearly how the study is designed. Okay, so if you can do something like this for your own study, you know, and detail out how you plan to carry it out, what you plan to use as sources of data, etc., it's a really nice sort of map of how the study is being carried out. Okay, so this is concurrent triangulation. So they say here in their write-up, so they will employ a concurrent triangulation mixed method study design to rigorously examine. Now, they say rigorously examine. Now, you can tell from the previous slide how rigorous it is, right? I mean, the breadth of data they're including is quite extensive. So it is very rigorous, right? So they're not just saying that, they're proving it, all right? To rigorously examine racial and ethnic disparities in SMMM in SC and the USA. So they're even doing some kind of comparison between different places. This convergent parallel design Okay, convergent parallel design. So parallel design is another way of saying concurrent. All right. Meaning parallel, meaning that they run together, right? So that's what parallel means. This will allow us to better understand the underlying mechanisms for social context and racial ethnic disparities in SMMM via maternity care and mental health, using the data from the statewide pregnancy survey and via qualitative interviews with pregnancy and postpartum women and maternity care providers. Okay, so they clearly show the two different types of data. Given the multi-level and multi-domain nature of risk factors, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's not that point for us. They will conduct a data analyses using quantitative and qualitative methods concurrently. Then we will compare and contrast findings from these two methods for similarities and incongruencies and will interpret findings jointly. Okay. Now, of course, that could be very challenging given the amount of data they have. Right. So this is clearly the kind of study you need multiple researchers working on. Okay, because there's going to be a lot of data, a lot of findings. And so to converge them is going to be quite challenging. All right. So this is a big study. Okay, but I think it's a good illustration of the design. Okay, so you can do the same thing. Just, of course, the scope would have to be smaller, but you could also do this type of study as well.
Prof,
Yes.
the multi-level part in qualitative is on the maternity care providers and the pregnancy and postpartum women, right?
I assume so, yes. Yes.
The quanti part, which part is
Well,
multi-level?
Multi-level usually in quanti refers to analyzing like what they call nested variables. So for example, like there may be variables at the individual level, variables at the organization level, variables at the societal level, right? So usually if you look at like multi-level modeling or multi-level analysis in quantitative, it usually refers to that. So I don't really know what's in this statewide pregnancy survey. We don't really know, this data. So they have hospital data, they have, they have local area data. They probably have some individual data, right? So that's what multi-level means. So they're looking at data from different demographic levels as well as different levels of analysis. Okay, so that's why I said this is a big study. Okay, this is a big study, and it's going to be, I'm sure, a very complex kind of analysis. All right.
The paper?
Sorry, this is a protocol. So this is a protocol. So they don't actually have the findings. It's just a protocol paper. A protocol paper is when you have a lot of these major studies like this, they'll write a paper just on the methods. It would be like if you guys, as a PhD student, if you published your research proposal, really, seriously. Okay. So it's basically a paper of a proposed study. Yeah, they call it protocol paper.
Okay.
You find this a lot in a lot of the medical literature. They publish these types of papers. Yeah. Okay, so I don't have any findings to show you here.
It means there is no finding for this paper, Prof. Empirical finding.
Not yet. It means they probably haven't done the study yet, or they're doing the study now and they haven't finished it.
So it means it is only about the research design, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. So this is very common in medical studies.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, I worked on a study with some public health scholars from the UK. So they were doing a big comparative study between Philippines and Malaysia, looking at how people barriers to care in getting treated for hypertension. And so it was a big study, and before we were able to start the study, they had to write up the protocol, very detailed, the protocol for what they plan to do for carrying out the study. And so that we actually published that paper as well. It's a protocol paper. So this is quite common in the health sciences. Okay.
Hello, Professor. Do you think it's proper if a we do the same research for the same participant when do concurrent triangulation. For the same participants, we concurrently use quantitative and qualitative. Do you think it's more effective than if we use different source of participants when conducting concurrently triangulation strategy?
So you would, for example, you would do a survey and interviews with the same people.
Yeah, for the same part of participants, for the same participants.
Well, I don't
a
think
large
you would,
part.
I in most cases I don't think you would do that. Unless the only example I can think of is maybe if it is a case study, you might do that. Well, no, okay. So for example, if it's a sequential design, certainly if you're doing like, for example, sequential explanatory design, where you are, you're doing a survey with a big group and then you do follow-up interviews with a small group. Yes, of course, then you might want to do interviews with some of the participants from the survey, of course, because you want to understand in more depth their findings in relation to that topic. So I could definitely see it in that type of a study, but in a concurrent study, I cannot imagine that why you would use that approach. Maybe it has been used. I'm not really sure, to be honest with you, Chen. We'd have to do some exploration of the literature on that one. That's an interesting question, actually. Yeah.
I mean, Professor, concurrent here means the time you.
Yeah, I know.
You collect data.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying I'm not sure.
The...
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'd have to find out. I'd have to find out. That's a good question. I'll have to find out. I'll have to do some research on my own on that. Okay, so
okay.
Thank you. Yeah, good question. Sorry, is there another question? No, that's just background noise. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, so this is how they conclude their protocol. All right, so the findings will complement the quantitative data, providing a comprehensive picture on how COVID-19 affects psychosocial well-being of the postpartum women of color, offer in-depth interpretation and explanation of quantitative results, and explore the mediating pathways. Okay. So yeah, it's really just, again, this idea of getting a more comprehensive picture by combining the two methods. Okay, and the last one, concurrent nested strategy. The article here we're using is called A Broader Understanding of Care Managers' Attitudes of Advanced Care Planning, a Concurrent Nested Design. I found, when I was doing my search of the literature for this approach, I found this particular design was quite challenging to come across. You don't see too many studies using this concurrent nested design, which, just to remind everyone, looks something like this. Okay. In this particular study, they used this particular approach where the emphasis was on the qualitative, but they did do a smaller quantitative study alongside the qualitative. So their rationale for the method, it says here, specifically the mixed methods research presented in this study used a concurrent nested design to compare quantitative survey data with qualitative focus group data, revealing an essential need to contextualize survey responses for improved understanding of the ACP process. What's the ACP process? I have to go back and look. Oops. Advanced care planning, sorry, yes. This is for older adults, advanced care planning. Okay. Both the qualitative and the quantitative data are collected concurrently within the same time frame or session, analyzed separately, and then transformed and connected. Our qualitative data are given priority, and the nested quantitative data are given less priority. Okay, so obviously, because the qualitative is the larger study, okay, the quantitative is the smaller nested study. Greater weight, and they're quite explicit about that. greater weight is attributed to the qualitative data because based on the initial separate analysis, it best addresses the study's goal in capturing the thoughts, feelings, and experiences surrounding advanced care placement discussions with consumers and their families among population of elderly people. So it's really important when you write up your design. That's why this section is called rationale of method. Okay, it's not enough just to say you're doing a concurrent nested design. You have to explain why. What is the rationale for using this method? Okay, and that rationale is not always going to come from the textbook. You can't just cut and paste the textbook and says, oh, this particular approach is used for this. Okay, in your particular study, why did you find this approach to be the best? Okay, that requires your own rationale. Okay, so for those of you who are doing PhD, remember it's a PhD, it's a doctorate in philosophy. So there has to be some philosophizing. Otherwise, it's not a PhD. Okay, where's the philosophy? Where is the thought behind what you're doing? Okay, so all these design decisions have to be explained. The nested approach merges rich contextual data, qualitative data, with quantitative data during the phase of data analysis and interpretation. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Zhang and Creswell explain the use of mixing procedures involve integrating, connecting, and embedding. Okay, they further report that nested designs are beneficial for acquiring a broader, richer perspective of a topic and for studying different features within a single study. Okay, so if you want to focus on a particular group, for example, within a particular study, you would use a nested design. So here what they did was, as you can see here, first qualitative and quantitative, okay? So the first phase is this, initially what they did. Okay, so this is getting priority, right? So that's why this one is in big letters, okay? And then, so step 2, and then step 3, they do the nested analysis. Okay, so they collect both data. Okay, concurrent data collection here. First, they collect the qualitative and they collect the quantitative. They do the nested analysis, and they do the interpretation in phase 1, and then they do another data interpretation in phase 2 where they focus more on the qualitative. All right, so they go back to the qualitative to do the second second round of interpretation. Okay. So I'm not going to show you the, it's hard to present, on a slide or on slides to present the write-up of the findings. It's kind of a lot of text to read on a slide. But this is focusing mostly on the design and the design decisions. Okay. So if you'd like, I can share the articles with you that I used in the presentation. I'll be happy to do that. I will just share them with the group, okay? And you can sort of look at how the results are presented, okay? But presenting results is often, it often looks very similar to a qualitative or quantitative. It's really in the interpretation, in the discussion really, where you do the merging, okay? So often they'll present, according to the phases of the study, they'll present their qualitative findings, they'll present the quantitative findings, and then in the discussion is where they will do the merging, the interpretation of both. Okay, so there's not often a lot to show in a mixed method study in terms of showing the findings. I mean, the findings are presented pretty much the same as they would be in a quantitative and qualitative study, okay? But it's in the merging that occurs during the discussion. So in looking at for your own purposes, in planning your own study, it's really important that, as I mentioned earlier, go back to these guiding questions, right? And really try to answer these guiding questions, okay? These will help you. They will help you think through to make sure that your thinking is right, that your rationale is correct, okay? That you have a strong basis for doing the study the way you're doing it, all right? Don't just think, oh, because it's more rigorous. It's more rigorous. Well, it may be more rigorous, but it may be unnecessarily. You may be doing more than you need to do, right? Or you may be doing more than what the questions you're asking call for. Okay, that's also a possibility. So it's not just to say it's more rigorous. I mean, that's a little too simplistic. Okay, you need to align your method with the questions you're asking. That's the most important thing, right? Consider the four main factors. Again, these as well: theoretical perspective, priority of strategy, okay, sequence of data collection, and the point at which you're going to integrate, and then how you're going to integrate. Think about that. All right. Now, here is some use. This is a very useful tool. I would suggest that you consider using this. All right. This is from a study called Learner-Generated Materials in a Flipped Pronunciation Classroom, a sequential explanatory mixed method design. Okay, so what they did in their article, in the paper, which is really useful, I think, they walk us through basically the phases of the study, the procedures used at each phase of the study, and the product of each phase of the study. Okay, so this is a very, very useful diagram. And I think if you do this yourselves for your own studies, it will really help you to map out your research. Okay, so they first, this is sequential explanatory. So they first, of course, start off with quantitative. All right. Now, why is the quantitative so small? Right. Well, clearly, this is a case study. Right. It's a case study of a classroom, of a class, one class. Okay. So they did a study of one class. Okay. So it's a rigorous case study, but it's small. It's a small case study. All right. And it's a really nice article. I'll share the article with you. So they start off quantitative data collection, n equals 41. There's 41 students in the class, okay? So their procedure is using the Moodle, the LMS scores, task completion scores, survey scores, okay? So they look at the students' achievement, first of all, okay? So the product there is the numerical data, okay, from these different types of scores, okay? Then they do the quantitative data analysis, okay? And they explain how they survey scores, Moodle course grades. Okay, so they include both descriptive and inferential statistics. Okay, now what you can do here is you can even be more specific and even include what types of inferential statistics you did. Okay, if you wanted to, you could have done that as well to provide more information. All right, now connecting the quant and the qual phases. Now, before he gets into the qualitative phase, he explains to us what he did first. Recruited the interview participants, okay? 8 participants for the interviews. He used maximum variety sampling, okay, based on survey scores, the Moodle scores, the task completion scores, identifying interview questions based on quant results, okay? So he chose his sample using a maximum variation approach, which means he took the high scores and the low scores, basically. He looked at he wanted a little bit of both, okay? To see what are the differences, right? Between the high scores and the low scores, okay? And he developed his interview questions based on his quantitative results as well, okay? And from that, 8 interview participants recruited through maximum variation sampling. Okay. Then he began his qualitative data collection. He did semi-structured interviews with 8 students, okay, using an interview guide, okay? The product of that was the transcripts, okay, textual data. He analyzed the qualitative data using a grounded theory approach to coding, using open axial and selective coding phases with in vivo. He came up with codes, categories, and emerging themes from the interviews. And then the mixing of the quant and qual, explaining the quantitative results based on qualitative findings, and then conclusions and pedagogical implications, okay? And again, he could have provided a bit more detail in terms of those two at the end there if he wanted to, okay? Now, but this diagram, of course, is the design. It's the study design. It's not the results, okay? But he also could have, if he wanted to, he could have also included some of the results in the diagram, okay? But it's a very nice map that shows us the logic of the research and the progression of the research and how it all progressed, okay? So again, this is a tool you can use as well. I think it works really well for mixed method studies. Okay, now using other types of diagrams and visual displays, I'm just going to give you some examples. This is the one that we use from our study, okay? And we came up with this diagram after the results of the 2 phases, all right? And this is sort of the model that sort of came out of our study, how policy values and expectations translate into organizational and community engagement, okay? So from our qualitative, we sort of generated these these categories and this content here. Okay. And then these are some of the basically the relationships that we tested in the quantitative. Okay. So we found that policy values and expectations emphasize the relational environment according to those things: acquisition of social capital, supportive adult relationships, respect and trust, as well as what's called opportunity role structure, includes opportunity for personal growth, opportunity to contribute, voice and decision making. And this is what leads to youth engagement, both at the organizational and the community level. Okay, so this is the way that policy values and expectations get translated into what's called an empowering environment or empowering setting, which leads to youth engagement. Okay, so again, once you've done the analysis, you can kind of sum it all up in a nice diagram, which really does help the reader. It really helps the reader make sense of the two phases of the study. Okay, so if you're able to do this and come up with diagrams like this, it's very useful. Okay, this one I already showed earlier. Okay, so diagrams don't always have to be results. Even like in the second one, it's not really a diagram, it's more of just a table, but even these types of tables can help us understand the logic of the research. I've already showed this one. Okay. And this is a recently concluded study. So phase one was a SEM, okay, a structural equation modeling, focusing on the mediation role of what's called emotional engagement in school. Okay, so the researchers first present their quantitative finding, and this looks like any other quantitative study. Okay, so showing the quantitative model and the results. Okay, phase one. And then after the qualitative, phase two, providing a table that integrates the findings of both. Okay. So with on the left side, you've got the, here are the predictors. Okay. Now these were the predictors that we saw in the previous slide. Predictors. Okay. And as we can see, these were all significant predictors except for this one, right? And then the qualitative themes that went along with each of these. So this was an explanatory mixed method design, sequential explanatory. So this qualitative portion was to explain these pathways, okay? So sense of safety was the most significant, okay? And sense of safety was experienced through, now, the students in the study, when they talked about safety, they talked about it from the opposite of safety. They talked about threats to their safety. That was the only way they could express it. So they talked about language and communication barriers, as well as bullying. Okay, and so that's how they were most inclined to express it. Okay, and then teacher support, problem solving with students, being approachable to students, student voice, students shaping their own learning experiences, leading school activities and celebrations. Okay, and peer support. Okay, peers helped students buffer stress and make school feel more inclusive. Okay, now this one was not significant. Okay, so why was it not significant? Well, there's a space here. Why? Because teachers tended to try to control the students. Okay, so there's very little reciprocity. In other words, there's very little sharing and really reciprocity between the students and the teachers. Very little interaction on a sort of personal level because of this teacher's desire to control the students. And then even in cases, there were several teachers were noted to make belittling comments to the students. So this acted as a barrier to this predictor. Okay, so we tried, or the researchers tried to explain why this one was less significant than the others. All right. So this is another way of sort of bringing the findings together. Okay, bringing the findings together. So that doesn't stay as two independent studies. Okay, you can, at the end, you can kind of see, okay, well, they were conducted as two rigorous separate studies, but at the end of the day, this is how, they kind of bring the studies together into a single conclusion.
Prof,
Yes.
what if the results are significant, but when we interview them, it doesn't really say that I mean, it's contradicting with the significant results. You
Okay.
need to say, yeah, it's something different. It's like they do not agree that that is the some sort, that's the variable that predicts the DV. But they didn't really say it explicitly, but it really shows that they do not really agree. Maybe in that context, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good question. Now, remember though, that the quantitative and the qualitative, they have a different purpose, right? So as you can see, like in this table, the phase one, the quantitative is based, these are based on averages. Statistics are based on averages, right? So your qualitative is going to be based on a purposive sample. Okay, so it is possible that the individuals that you interview for your qualitative, they may not reflect the actual high scores, for example, on a certain variable. Okay, unless you actually go back through your data and you choose your qualitative sample based on those who answered this one positively. Do you understand what I mean? So for example, like in this study, okay, sense of safety was deemed to be the most important predictor. Okay, so the researchers, they could have gone back through all their data and identified participants that ranked safety very high. Then they would have gotten a similar kind of finding for the qualitative, right? So you have to remember this actually goes back to the paradigm. This finding is going to be based on an average score. So not all the participants in the study are going to necessarily agree with this. It's an average.
Yeah.
Right. And so you may not get convergence rather with the qualitative. It's possible. That happened to us as well, right? Unless you really want to go and go back through your sample and target those who you know answered that question in a positive manner, then they'll talk about it. Then they'll say, oh yeah, well, so that is one rationale for doing a qualitative sampling, right? So for example, your criteria for the qualitative portion of your study is you purposely wanted to interview those who answered sense of safety high, because you really want to understand why sense of safety was so important to them. Okay, so that is one rationale for doing the qualitative that way. Okay, so the other thing is remember the purpose of doing qualitative. The purpose of doing qualitative is not necessarily to just show what the quantitative showed. Qualitative research is done to get description, to explain things, to understand the why, the how, all that richness. It's not, you don't do a qualitative study just for them to say, yes, this is important. We already know it's important. The quantitative tells us it's important. The qualitative, we want to know why it's important, or what about it is important, or explain their experiences that show that's important, right? So remember, they have two different purposes. It's not just to confirm by, yeah, okay, sense of safety and quantitative showed it's important, and then we're just going to go ask them in the qualitative if they felt it was important. That's not the reason you do qualitative.
So meaning from the results, which is significant or insignificant, we would confirm back with them and ask, why is it insignificant, or why is it significant, just to follow up, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Tell us about it. Tell us about, okay, sense of safety. What is it that's so important about sense of safety? In what ways is the sense of safety, help you feel more engaged in school? Safety in terms of what? Physical safety, psychological safety. You want to know more about it. Tell us more about this finding. Don't just confirm what we already know. We just found out, okay, we know it's important, but tell us why it's important. What about it? All that. So so they have two different purposes.
Okay. I understand, Prof.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question. Thank you for the question. Okay, any other questions?
Okay, excuse me, Prof.
Yes.
Usman here.
Okay.
Yeah. So actually, in the mixed method, we need to have a quantitative phase and then the qualitative phase. But there is a practice like this, actually, Prof. the design is only about the quantitative. So in the chapter 3, they explain only about the quantitative. But at the end, at the chapter 5, which is the discussion,
Yeah.
okay, they explain the result. Yeah, they try to explain the result of the quantitative finding, but it is only in chapter 5, in the discussion chapter. Is it also called as mixed method, in your opinion, Prof?
I'm not sure I'm following your question. So they do a multi-phase quantitative study. Yeah. And then they discuss the findings in the last chapter.
No, I mean, they have only in chapter 3, in the methodology chapter, they
Okay.
explain only about the quantitative only.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
So the thing that they analyze is only quantitative data.
But they call
And
it.
Yeah, in the quantitative, only quantitative data in chapter 4.
Okay.
And then in chapter 5, which is discussion actually, discussion on the quantitative approach, on the quantitative finding.
Right.
But okay, in that chapter, in the chapter 5, they explain by using the qualitative data without
Oh, I see. Okay.
any what they call
I think my internet is breaking up.
any design of
No, I've never heard of such a thing. I've
any
never heard.
design of the yeah, what is
No, I've never heard of such a thing, Guzman. I mean, if you cannot discuss data that you haven't presented as a finding.
Prof, I think what Guzman is asking, I think the arrangement maybe, should it be in different chapters or should we merge in one chapter so that we can really see how is it discussed? Is it like that, Guzman?
Yeah, it is in terms of reporting, right? It is in terms of reporting. So what happened is that they never explain about the design of the qualitative approach.
Yeah,
only the design of the quantitative approach.
Yeah, that's a problem. And then also, it's what you said. It sounds like they discussed. Lisa, based on what you said, they discussed the qualitative in the discussion, but they didn't actually present the results. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's a problem. No, that's a big problem. Yeah, that's a problem. In the chapter 3, did they name it as a mixed method study?
No.
Okay.
Only quantitative.
No, yeah, that's not appropriate. Yeah, that's not appropriate.
So for me, maybe you do agree with me, or
yes, I agree.
Because actually in the mixed method, we need to explain the two methods actually in the
absolutely.
chapter.
That's right. Yep. And you have to report. You have to report the results of both. You cannot. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Agree. Thanks so much, Prof.
Okay, sure. Good question, and it's a good insight. I think, especially for a lot of us who are getting into this for the first time, these are the kind of mistakes we want to avoid. We want to make sure we avoid these kind of mistakes. Go ahead.
So it means, just to clarify, how is the arrangement in the thesis? Like for instance, for triangulation. So should it be in a different chapter or?
That's a great question, because that's a very good question. And it's not even just a question for theses. It's also a question when you write journal articles. That was one of the things that we went back and forth with, because you have these two phases. And if you look in the literature, people do it differently. Sometimes they'll like, for example, they'll have a method section, the overall method section. And they'll talk about, okay, first the study design being mixed method. Then they'll say, okay, so this is what we did quantitatively, A to Z. We did the quantitative, and then qualitatively, phase 2, A to Z, right? And so then they'll report the findings the same way, first the quantity and then the quality, and then in the discussion, they'll discuss them together, okay? So that's one way. That's in an article. That's one way of doing it. For a thesis, I don't know, UNP, I'm not sure on your university. It depends on you may want to ask your university if there's a some sort of template for that kind of a study.
No,
I
we
don't,
don't, Prof.
you don't? Okay. So yeah, I don't think my university, I don't think UPM does either. So you're kind of, I think you kind of have the freedom to do it how you want, but typically, yeah, I mean, it depends on the design you're using. So if you're doing sequential, usually you'll present, whichever phase comes first, you present that phase first, and then the second phase after that. So you do it by phase. If they're concurrent, again, that's a little trickier because, you got these things going on at the same time. So sometimes in a concurrent design, they'll say, okay, research design, and then data collection, qualitative data collection, and then quantitative data collection. Okay. And then data analysis, qualitative data analysis, quantitative data analysis, and then, integrating of data and how you integrated the data and stuff like that. So there's a lot of different ways to do it. I mean, what I would suggest is just try to find some examples in the literature, find one that works for you, and then just follow that same pattern, that same template.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
Hi, Prof. My question is inspired by Guzman's question just now.
Sure.
So let's say if I am conducting a quantitative study and I use simulation modeling as my method. Before building that simulation model, let's say I'm building a simulation model of a manufacturing plant. So I may need to talk to the operation plan on how the products move from one part to the other part. So that is also considered some sort of interview. So will my study considered as a mixed method, or it's quantitative or purely quantitative study?
You mean purely qualitative?
Quantitative, because I will need to collect data to fit into my simulation model. So it is a quantitative study, but in order to understand the entire operation so that I can convert it into the simulation model, I may need to interview the operation manager, the operators. So will that also consider as a mixed method?
Yes, that sounds very much like a complementary mixed method design. So your two phases, you're not trying to answer a similar question. They're complementing each other, right? So the first one is the simulation, and then the second one, how you can make the simulation work, whatever it is. So they're not trying to, again, they're not trying to confirm anything. They're complementing each other. Does that make sense?
Yes. So in that sense, when I discuss the methodology chapter, I have to put in the qualitative element on it because I will.
Yeah, that sounds like a sequential, some sort of sequential explanatory. And maybe for you, you're going to, the one given priority is the quantitative, the simulation.
Yes, correct.
Right. And you're also adding that qualitative portion to it. That's less, that's given less of a priority.
Yeah, understand, Prof. One thing about that interview that we usually do, it is the information that we collected from that interview is to help us to build that simulation model. So it is not a standalone result from that interview.
Right. Well, that's good. That means that there's a clear connection between the two phases. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
Excuse me, Prof.
Okay, go ahead. I don't know I can't see who's speaking, but go ahead.
Okay. Thanks so much, Prof. So it is the case of my PhD student actually. Okay, so he's doing sequential exploratory mixed method strategy. So in which the research is started with the qualitative phase and then followed by the quantitative phase.
Okay.
So in the chapter 3, we have no idea yet about how the quantitative being conducted. Okay, because the quantitative will be done based on the finding of the qualitative approach.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing here with my student, what we are doing here is, okay, we just explain the qualitative, and then what we can explain, okay, what we can explain in the chapter 3, and then we can explain for the quantitative phase, but not all, because we don't have the hypothesis yet, we don't have how are we going to collect the data yet, and then we do not know yet who will be our respondents, because we have not done the qualitative phase yet. So that's why, okay, in the qualitative, in the chapter 3, in the research methodology chapter, we explain extensively about the qualitative approach. And then at the end of the chapter 3, we just explain briefly, okay, the tentative scenario of the quantitative approach. So later, after we have done the qualitative phase of the first phase finding, we come up with we explain a little bit first about the what we call it, the scenario of the quantitative approach, the design of the quantitative approach. Okay, only after that we explain the finding. Is it in your opinion, is the flow okay enough, or what is your opinion about that?
That's one of the dilemmas. That's one of the dilemmas, I think, of using that approach. It's not a dilemma in terms of the research itself. It's a dilemma in terms of the student may have a hard time, especially if it's a proposal defense and so forth. But it's true, there's a lot of things we may not know about that second phase because it's determined by the first phase. So that's just the nature of the research. I think it all depends on how open and accepting your university is to that kind of of a design, because that is the reality of doing that kind of approach. I think you're absolutely right. I think what you do is you give some tentative possibilities of how. You give the base. Of course, you give the basic design of the study, the rationale for the design of the study, right? And then what you do know and what you can know at that point, you put in there, and you explain that this is possible, this is possible, this is possible. But because we don't know, and you explain that rationale. Yes, it makes total sense to do it that way. I just can't speak for your university to see whether they will go for that. Yeah.
Okay, got it, Prof. Thanks so much, Prof.
Yeah. That sounds good, though. I think you definitely have a clear idea of what you're doing. That's great. Okay, so now is the phase where I have a lot of questions here in the chat box I have to get to, because a lot of the students are interested to know about their studies. So let me go back to Chen, who said, I didn't make myself clear. The two groups are not for comparison, but to prove the influence of music on children. Since 1 to 6-year-olds children have underdeveloped expression ability, they choose observation, while 7 to 12-year-olds children can express accurately, so they choose the form of questionnaire. Wow, I would be hesitant to answer your question, Chen, until I saw more of the study design. I'm sorry, I'd be afraid to kind of answer your question directly. I'm not really sure, to be honest with you, because I'm not really sure what you mean by prove the influence of music on children, and then what you mean by observation is not clear to me either. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to refrain from answering that question at this time, because I don't want to mislead you. I'm not really sure. Huang's question, my research topic is a case study to evaluate a course, and I will collect my data by using documentary review, interview, and questionnaire. Okay. Data collection will be done simultaneously, plan to do concurrent design. Okay, great. The qualitative part will be, so evaluation, very common approach used for evaluative studies using mixed method, especially concurrent mixed method. The qualitative part will be interviews and literature review. Literature review is not a research method, okay? So please don't be confused. There's no, literature review is not a qualitative it's not a qualitative method. Literature review is literature review. Unless you mean document analysis, that's different. Okay, so interviews and literature review, and the quantitative part will be collecting data through semi-structured questionnaire. There are no hypotheses or variables in my study. Is this considered a proper mixed method? Well, I mean, it sounds like it could be a proper mixed method. Sure, I think there's a lot of evaluation literature you can find that uses concurrent mixed method design. And yeah, I would guess that they probably do not use hypotheses as well. It's more exploratory quantitative. Okay, so based on what you've presented here, I think it sounds okay, except please don't confuse literature review with document analysis. They're different. Oh, Anthony's here. Okay, Anthony's my student. Hi, Prof. Would I be unsure if I use two methods under one quality or quant design? That is called multi-method. But may I still use the triangulation strategy? If I use triangulation, I must propose triangulation research question in my research. How to understand that triangulation is not a method? Okay. Anthony, can you explain your question a little bit more? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah,
I'm not quite clear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm not quite clear about your question. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about triangulation. I mean, I just use one research design about quality or quantity. But if
Yeah, which one though? Which one? Is it qualitative or is it quantitative? You study?
Qualitative.
It's quality, right?
Yeah,
okay,
quality.
So why do you say quality or quantity? Just say it's quality. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just the quality.
Okay.
So may I still use can I still use the triangulation strategy?
Yes. Yes, of course. Yeah. Many qualitative studies use triangulation. Yes.
But I mean, if I use this triangulation, so may I must propose a triangulation research question? I mean, compare.
What? No. No, in a qualitative study, triangulation is used as a criteria for trustworthiness. It's for validation, and it's not used as a strategy to. It's not used as a specific research question or objective. It's used to enhance the validity of your finding. So it has a different purpose than in a mixed method study.
Ah, got it. I see.
So for you, especially since you're in my class, you should be reading up on trustworthiness in qualitative research, because one of the major strategies for ensuring a trustworthy qualitative study is through triangulation. So you have to understand that.
Yeah. You mean you also post a term, the qualitative term, and this sentence, I'm not sure how to understand that triangulation is not a method for validation or verification. I'm not sure about.
Triangulation is a concept. It's a way of trying to arrive at a result using two different methods or two different data sets or two different theoretical perspectives. Okay, so it's a concept and it can be used in different ways. So in mixed methods research, they often, not always, but they'll often refer to using a qualitative and a quantitative method to triangulate their findings. In other words, to arrive at the finding using a different method. Okay, qualitative research is the same. You're using two different methods. One is, for example, one is observation, one is focus groups. You're using two different methods to arrive at a finding. It's the same concept. Okay, so don't get confused. Just understand the concept of triangulation and why it's used.
Okay, I see. Many thanks for your opinion. Thank you, Prof.
Sure, welcome. See you in class on Tuesday. Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, document analysis. Yeah, document review or document analysis is fine. Okay. Are there any other questions related to studies? study design, anything anybody want to ask? Okay, Jimmy. Hi, Prof. I'm using mixed method of quality interviews and quantity questionnaires for my research data collection. I evaluate the simulation drill data as supplement data to enforce. So, Jimmy, would that be a third phase you're doing there, or what? Do you consider that simulation drill data as part of the quantity, or what? Yeah, I don't even know what simulation drill data is, so I may have a hard time answering your question. Yeah, I mean, some of these questions are hard to answer without a context, without a sort of study context to really know what the study is about. And so I know there's a limitation here. Third phase after the quality and quantity using, fire drill. Oh, interesting. Okay, fire drill. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I can't, it's hard for me to answer specifically about your study, but in general, just in general, yeah, it's perfectly acceptable to use a third phase, or maybe a second phase if you're doing concurrent. If the first one's concurrent, then that third one may be considered only a second phase, actually. But yeah, it's totally acceptable. Jimmy, I don't know if you're an academic, if you're a lecturer, or if you're a student, but I just do worry about, for students especially, I worry about study scope because, students have limitations in terms of time. And, so just that would be a concern with the third phase, The other thing is that oftentimes this idea that, if I have a third phase, it's going to be more rigorous. But what happens is that because you're thinking about a third phase, you've done a really poor job in the first and second phase. So like your qualitative phase is really subpar. It's very superficial. It's not very deep. It's, and then your quantitative is maybe very simplistic because you're trying to get in so many phases. Again, this is not about quantity. This is not about the number of different methods you can use, and that's going to necessarily give you a better study. Absolutely not. Okay. You can do a perfectly rigorous study using just qualitative, just quantitative. Okay. You don't need to do so many methods, and that's going to, by default, give you a more rigorous study. It doesn't work that way. Okay. It's about the quality of the research, right? And the rationale for doing it. Okay. So whatever method you use, focus on doing it really well, right? And then if there's a need for it, if the study purpose calls for it, then you can add in something else. Okay, but really focus on rigor. Do rigorous research with what you're doing. Don't focus so much on the number of phases or the number of methods. I mean, the world, we are so quantitative now in everything we do. It's all about numbers. But it's really, we sacrifice so much quality when we do that. And you can see by the quality of the work, that's going on in a lot of places. It's really destroying the quality of what we do. Okay, so just remember that. Okay, remember that. Okay, are there any other comments or questions? We're just about at 1 o'clock, so I think we've timed it pretty well.
Rob, Jimmy here.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Okay, just follow up on the last question I asked. If I want to conduct the fire drill, would that be instead of 3 phases? Can I incorporate it into the quality sort of interview? But actually, I'm observing them doing the drill. Would that be considered so that I don't have too many methods, as you say?
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, if it can help answer that same qualitative research question, then certainly you can use it as another form of data collection for that question. Sure.
Would observations be considered, and observations and interview considered as quality?
Yeah, sure. Observation, of course. Observation is a qualitative method. I mean, you can quantify observations, but the data from observation is usually almost always in qualitative form. right? So you'd have to just, if you look at the literature on doing observations in qualitative research, it's doing field notes essentially. You write up field notes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you've got triangulation within your qualitative method. You've got interviews and observations. So you've triangulated within the qualitative part. So that's nice.
So we are still doing a triangulation and then.
Well, you're doing double triangulation. You're triangulating. Your qualitative is you're using triangulation within the qualitative, and then using the quality and the quantity together is another form of triangulation. At least it can be. It doesn't have to be. It depends on how you're using the two phases of the study.
Is it too rigorous?
It sounds very rigorous.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good luck. Okay, anything else? Shoulders are hurting me.
May I ask a question, sir?
Yes, sure. Who is that? I don't know who's asking.
This is Saad, Muhammad Naeem Saad.
Oh, yes. Hi, Saad. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I was just hearing the presentation from the beginning and it was very wonderful. In the beginning, regarding the quantitative study, the literature review you said that literature should be conducted in the initial parts like chapter 1 or chapter 2, and for the qualitative study, it should be like a progress task. So whereas if we go with a mixed method, how we should keep with the writing literature review. In my second question is, sir, when I was just like doing my master degree for the questionnaire that we are using for the quantitative study, so it is a kind of survey for which my advisor told me like at least 3 scholars, one is content based, another is like statistic based, and another is the field expertise needed. Based on that survey, we can just conduct our study. So now if we just go with the quantitative part first, and then later on we want to have like the first of all we go with the qualitative part, and later we want to have the quantitative part study. So can we create the questions by our own self, since we have learned like it needs 3 content expert, statistic expert, and language expert, and field experts? I would really appreciate, sir, if you put some lights on these questions. Thank you, sir.
In terms of your first question, the literature review, we don't write the literature review throughout the study. What I meant by a literature review is of course, you write a literature review for your proposal, right? What I meant by that is in a qualitative study, throughout the process, you're engaging with the literature. So for example, when you're of course, your proposal, but then even after that, while you're collecting your data, in qualitative research, as we collect our data, we're also analyzing our data simultaneously. So to help us with that process, we will actually refer and make references to the literature while we're analyzing our data and collecting our data to make sense of our emerging findings. Okay, so that is what I meant by that. I didn't mean you actually write the literature review throughout the process. And then the second question, I wasn't clear about what you meant by writing your own questions for the qualitative or the quantitative.
Like, for example, we have learned that if you want to go with the mixed method, we can go either way, quantitative first and qualitative second. But for the quantitative, as I mentioned before, like we have to have an authentic and a trustworthy questionnaire. So if we go with the qualitative part first, and then we need to create a questionnaire, can we create it by our own self, sir?
You can, for the second part, for that quantitative part, you can develop your own questionnaire, or you can use existing questionnaires. It depends. Because there are many qualitative studies that the purpose of the study, the overall purpose of the study, is to develop a new questionnaire in some area. Okay, so in that design, of course, you're going to develop your own questionnaire. But like the example I showed earlier, what they did was they did the qualitative, and then from the results, they went out and identified existing questionnaires to use to test quantitatively. So again, it depends on the study purpose, and you can go either way. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, Saad. Thank you for the question. Okay. Anything else? We got 3 minutes.
Prof, I just want to clarify from you actually about the is it correct my opinion that if we do the mixed method, So it means we are doing triangulation. When we do the triangulation, not necessarily we are doing mixed method. What do you think, Prof?
Yes, you're right. Although not all mixed method research is considered triangulation. Because, for example, the example that was it Jackie just before, she talked about the simulation, and then she talked about the qualitative to describe the process or something. What was it again, Jackie? That would not be triangulation. That's complementary. You're not, because the two phases of the study are actually looking at two different things. Combined, when you combine them, they're talking about the same overall process of, whatever it is, the simulation, whatever. But one is focusing on, whether the simulation, what's going to make the simulation work. The second one is talking about maybe the ecosystem, so that's not necessarily triangulation. That's more of a complementary purpose. Okay, triangulation is where you're really focusing on the same finding, but you want to look at that finding from different perspectives. Okay, so this is some of the nuance in mixed method research in terms of purpose that you need to be clear about.
Okay, Prof.
But your second assumption is correct, because like in qualitative research, we do that all the time. We use triangulation. We use different methods to study the same question, right? So in that case, yeah, your assumption is right.
Okay, got it, Prof. Thanks so much for the extensive sharing.
Yeah, and thank you for your questions. You're asking really good questions. Is it Dr. Guzman? Are you a lecturer?
Yeah, Prof.
Oh, Dr. Guzman, sorry. I didn't realize you were. Oh, there you go. Okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Oh, Faculty of Industrial Management. Okay, now I see where all the questions are coming from. Yes, all right, great. Excellent. Well, it's nice to see you guys are doing mixed method. It sounds like you're doing really interesting mixed method research. Okay. Are there any final questions before we depart? It was nice meeting all of you, and thank you for attending. And thank you also to UMP for inviting me. I hope it was at least somewhat beneficial. Honey, I think you're going to share the slides, or would you like me to share them now? I don't know what's easiest. Are you there, honey?
Yeah. I think Prof can share later.
Later, okay.
In group.
Oh, in the group, sure. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you so much, Prof. Lateef, for the very fruitful sharing session. Okay, and hopefully this sharing session will be beneficial for everybody. Okay, so before we end this session, okay, let's take some photos. Okay, so hope you can enable your camera now, so everybody. We take some photos. So, okay. Thank you once again, Prof. And thank you everyone for your time and attention. Okay, stay safe and all the best.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much, organizer.
Excellent. Welcome.
Anna and
Oh, the
Sunny.
photo snap already.
Oh, you already took the photo. Wow, that was fast. Any heads up? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, honey.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof.
Welcome. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much,
Bye.
Prof.
Bye.
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 Hope to see you again.
Inshallah.